we'll discuss, the music report and how that may fit. Work plan overviews. I just want to remind you that today instead of like the full list of committee reports, we did receive the committee report out in some second email that Director sent. But it might be helpful to some of our members, information for committee members, but the work of the overviews that we'll receive today. The purpose of that exercise is really to get a sense of like what's opportunity for us to organize and align ourselves, possibly reorganize to achieve the goals of the board. We'll talk about this later in the meetings, of course, but I just want to remind us before we go into this exercise that our committees are not static, and then have the ability to adjust and reorganize as needed. And so please be listening for the work. I know not everybody is on every committee, but we want everybody to know what the work of the board is. We want to think about the group. The best way to achieve that in this new year. Last thing, you all know we are hiring for the next budget, starting with screening interviews for the next budget. So I want to thank we need some of the and our every committee for all the work that got us to this point in the entire process. We did get a good number of applicants back, so we have a good number of screening interviews to do, probably about 20. So if we're busy, don't mind us. We're just trying to get to a point where we can bring candidates before the board. I'm telling you all this tonight because I'm previewing that there will be an email that reminds everyone of this fuller timeline, but also that requests member availability because members will be part of the hiring process. So we will the final candidate to the board, and I'm going to flag for the law to be on the lookout for that. Be involved. Hiring our last leadership report, but we haven't had any updates for this December as well. Hopefully celebrated this holiday. We do have meetings coming up in this week, and I'll see the following which are discussions later in this board session. No news from the agencies, but a couple of things that we'll discuss later. We want us to share with a friend. Do members have any questions about the leadership report? Nothing. I'm going to turn to Executive Director Butler for her report, which I believe has some good news in it.
Good evening, State Board members. Happy New Year and welcome back. So the main announcement that I have, similar to President Thompson, is that since last time we met, other than preparing for this meeting, the team has not done much else because of the holiday. But what I can report is that yesterday, work started on Old Council Chambers in preparation to make our public hybrid friendly and update the space so that we have large screens, movable cameras, and whatnot. And so we are excited about that. The hope is that they will be finished by January 17th for our public meeting, so that we can use it and also have time to test it before the actual meeting. But we are excited about this update. The team is busy working on our annual report that we hope to share more about later. For release and event. We've been very grateful for the support of Chairman Mendelson and his staff to help us secure room at the Wilson Building during this time right before performance oversight hearings. So I'd like to thank them for all of their work. And at this time, I know we've also just opened up the accepting applications for our Administrative and Operations Fellow. This will be our second fellow, our first Operations Fellow. Ms. Layla McLaughlin from Howard University will be leaving us in March as she prepares for graduation in graduate school. So after 1 year being with us, I believe selected another. So if you know of any young people at the graduate student interested in a one-year fellowship with the state board, feel free to let us know. Here with you, Dr. Darren Fleischer, who is our State Board of Education Fellowship Coordinator. At this time, President, that's my report.
Have any questions about the executive director's report? All right, seeing that, I just want to say thank you to staff for doing the run through with the contractors. They actually literally went from everything Mike said to show them all of our needs. And so we're really excited about the possibility of having our first hybrid meeting. We'll keep you all posted if anything changes with that time. All right, so switching gears, we are pleased to welcome Deputy Mayor for Education, Paul Kine, to lead the next item on our agenda. Deputy Mayor Kine will take the provide updates on the boundary study, master facilities plan, and school funding study. So I'm going to turn to you all for the next, I guess, 30 or so minutes of our meeting.
Thank you, President. I think I'll stand. Getting my next. First of all, I want to start with tremendous gratitude to all of you who've been participating so actively in these various studies. I look around the room, I see Representative Best, host Award 6 meeting, Representative Reed participated in our town hall in a very robust way. We've seen many other of you at the various events and studies, and it is a very consequential moment for us as a city because we are doing these 3 important studies, which, if we do them right, can actually help provide some guidance in an integrated way for our public school system as a whole. I also wanted to start with an invitation. We've got 30 minutes to cover about 9 months of content. And so if anyone of you is interested in a more close-in briefing, you want to hear specifically about your ward in relation to any of these, or you want to dive into specific emerging recommendations in any topic, just reach out to us, please. We'll be happy to set up individual discussions or small group discussions, whatever works for you as a representative. I wanted to start just by anchoring us on the 2 studies that are most proximate to what we were invited to talk about, which is the boundary study and MFP, and then we can turn to the school funding study if you've got interest in that. And remind you initially about the goals of these 2 studies. So both of them were legislated by council. The boundary and student assignment study is, of course, primarily geared towards helping us address school attendance zones around BCPS by right to schools, as well as severe patterns among them, to ensure that every student has a clear right and the school has an adequate capacity to address specific student populations that they've got. In this cycle, we added an important component of equitable access, because of course we realized that how you define the lines of your attendance zones and how you draw your feeder patterns also has to do with who you're providing access to for schools. And so you'll hear some of the recommendations that we're considering related to that. And the MFP is very much around our facilities footprint. And it has 3 goals also. The first of which is to ensure we've got really efficient utilization of our physical footprint of buildings. Secondly, to ensure that we're doing our modernizations in the best, most streamlined and most equitable way. And thirdly, that the facilities that we've got in our inventory are well maintained. And here there's quite a lot of overlap with the work that you as a board have been doing and Jen has been participating. So those are our 2 goals, sets of goals for each of these studies. I also wanted to share a little bit next about the roadmap of the study for the boundary study, which we've been at since March. And here you can see we kicked off in March 23. We've been working very closely with our very important advisory committee. This is a group of 27 people that I chair that has ward representation and citywide expertise representation. They've been extremely actively engaged in a very important part of this process. I assume all of you know who your people are on the advisory committee. They have been truly fantastic. And we worked with them over a series of meetings. We held 3 rounds of town halls for the boundary study, which were citywide. We held a round in May, a round in September, and then a round in December. And in each case, we were bringing together what are the guiding principles, what are the things we care about. And most recently, then, what are the 7 recommendations that will help us to achieve our goals. In addition to that, we've held school community meetings, which I'll touch on in a minute. And very importantly for all of us at this table, we've got a couple more advisory committee meetings in January, one of the 10th and one at the end of the month. We'll then have a full draft of our recommendations for the boundary study, and we're then going to deliver the final report and set of recommendations to the mayor and to city council. That's our general timing. On the next slide, you can see that we have been working closely with schools. In November and December, we had 18 different specific school community meetings. We went to LSAT meetings, we went to parent-teacher association meetings, we attended some chat and choose, and then we of course hosted some specific community meetings, and we're still doing that now, based on what we're hearing back from families and parents that they want, how they want to engage, what their insights are. We had over 1,000 participants in these meetings. Sometimes we had 5 show up, sometimes we had more than 200, and so they've been a really exciting set of discussions. This month coming up, we're still meeting with Czech and their elementary school feeders to resolve some of the challenges we see with the dual language. We're working with the Mori and minor communities on a really interesting but quite contentious idea around pairing those schools to make more equitable populations in both of them. We're working with Oyster Adams Education Campus, kind of Chisholm. We've got meetings scheduled, Walker Jones, and then we've got to do public charter LEAs on some of the system-wide recommendations that we're considering. There will be many other meetings that I wish to do. As we move forward, then, we also wanted to talk about the December town hall specifically because it was the place that we settled on sharing some recommendations that came out of our advisory committee and the working groups that were focused. And if you look closely at the picture, you should see Representative Reed on the left and Reed on the right. Because we were both in that room in a nice discussion at High School. But we were in person and then we had 2 virtual sessions. It was the same content each time. We got over 500 participants, and that is where we introduced both the set of initial recommendations that were school-based, but also our web-based Boundary Explorer tool, which allowed families and communities to really engage in the impact of some of these recommendations and also provide a lot of specific feedback. And in addition to this, we've had a live web survey where we've got hundreds and hundreds of comments from community members. I want to pause for a moment and ask Jen Comey, who leads this work, our office data tool, and then share some of the specific recommendations that we have. Jen, if you don't mind, we can go to the next slide.
Well, thank you everyone for attending today. So hopefully you've had a chance to play with the Boundary Explorer tool, right, which is the DC School Boundary Explorer.com. The QR code should take you there. But it's really a great way of both looking at the individual ideas that were presented at the time of the town halls, but then we are in addition reviewing to both see what the baseline information is in regards to demographics, in regards to utilization, distance travel, those sorts of pieces of information, and then what the estimated impact is for whether the ideas around utilization to improve or address utilization or around the equitable access. And I think one of the benefits of doing it in this sort of Explorer tool is, right, it's taking as we know, this is all very interconnected. All of our schools and students are very connected. So when just one thing, then it sort of has a domino effect on others. So this is where we have been focusing people both to understand what those initial ideas are and estimated impacts, as well as then the take a survey at the top that allows you to provide more detailed information, as well as when you go into individual schools, you can leave detailed information and your range of different thoughts around there. So it's a great way to collect information. It helps be very targeted. We appreciate the emails that are online forms as well, but this is a nice way to collect a lot of information. So we're going to keep this up, and this is going to be revised later in the month because we are not done, right? We have a lot of work to do over the next this month. Both looking at individual tweaks, individual ideas. We've got some good ideas in our engagement and in our town halls, and again, thank you to the many folks that also were at the meetings, the town hall meetings. Representatives that are here. So we can go to the types of ideas and recommendations that we have next. So this is the four different categories of recommendations broadly bucketed that are being considered. And so hopefully I can point you to the website where we have all the ideas that are laid out for each of our individual feeder patterns as well as our citywide recommendations. So they fall broadly into these types of categories. Geographic designation, and some examples are, right, this is where we may tweak a specific boundaries, right? That's what we're looking at. We need to identify clear elementary features and a boundary for the upcoming Euclid Middle School, which I'm sure as you're aware is 28-29. It's moving the Cardozo middle grades over to now the Euclid building, the old Manford. And then Euclid, and then Cardozo will remain as a high school, no longer an education campus. And then phasing out dual middle school rights. So I think President Thompson probably remembers some of this that happened from last time. And there's some select instances where new middle schools opened up over the course of the last 10 years. There was allowed to be dual rights to 2 different geographic middle schools. We're phasing that out. So those are some examples. There are other ones. We just wanted to give you a taste of a few things. The second one is programmatic feeder designation. And so there's a lot of focus this time, I would say, in this round of looking at our dual language programming and a lot making sure that our dual language middle school feeders are in proximity to their elementary school dual languages schools. So you don't have to travel very far. And this has come up in particular in wards 6, 7, and 8. And this is also an opportunity where we're doing some exploration of whether there can be cross LEA or cross sector sort of DCPS and charter dual language elementary schools potentially feeding to a single DCPS dual language middle school. Again, trying to address that proximity and making sure that we're giving families what they're looking for in programming. Also, we have gotten a lot of feedback both from our advisory committee and also during our last December town halls in particular about transparency around special education feeder pathways. And so as sure as many of you are familiar, DCPS has their self-contained classrooms, right, for their different needs for special education students. And again, we intend to keep them close to home so families don't have to travel, the children don't have to travel very far. So there's a whole lot of work that we can do around improving that transparency and having families understand what they are. The third category is programmatic investment. We've also spent a lot of time, and you have watched any of our advisory committee meetings of talking about the ways to really improve and strengthen our neighborhood schools. In particular, some parts of the city, particularly in Ward 7 and 8, where we see a lot of students, particularly Ward 7 students, traveling very far and not attending their neighborhood school. What can we do to help make sure there's rigorous additional programming? And of course, there's lots of opportunities around expanding shared secondary programming, which I know the DAP team has spent a lot of time talking about. I know Claire can as well, which is where you don't have to leave your school that you're enrolled in to access other great secondary programs, right? There can be shared opportunities. The Advanced Technical Center is just one example, and there's others around CTE and virtual programming. Then the last bucket, as Matt Khan was saying, was equitable access. And so at-risk preference came up 10 years ago, right? Now it's looking at, okay, for those schools that aren't meeting let's say a threshold of 30%, could there be some set-asides to make sure that those students for out-of-boundary seats, and they get a shot at those seats? So that's something that we are both looking at and exploring, and it's in the boundary score tool that you can see the impact. And then again, this more and minor of this paired schools to address extreme differences in adjacent schools in their at-risk enrollments. So there are other places across the city where you can see sort of extreme differences. I believe this one's a 60 percentage point difference, but they're not so close to each other, right? They're 3 blocks from each other. Is there an opportunity and to sort of explore this option? We've gotten a lot of feedback over the months of November, December from both our boundary, our school specific meetings. We've had a number of them. And we're doing additional sort of follow-up in there. And so there's requests, can you look at the boundaries themselves? Is there something that we can do to sort of tweak that and sort of help address the challenge? Because I think a lot of people we have talked to in both schools recognize it as a challenge. I think that is fair. This is a value that making sure that we have integration in this sense is very important. And so looking at boundary tweaks, someone suggested choice sets, right? Maybe a choice sets. You don't have to actually change schools mid-year, but you get randomly assigned to one of the 2 schools. So that's something to talk about. And then as well, we're also reaching out to some other evidence of this happening. Some recently in the last 5 years, Charlotte Mecklenburg in particular, when they've done that, sort of hear the principals, sort of all of her experiences in her very robust engagement leading up. It's not something that one would do. Okay, that was a lot, sorry. That's a really important one. And then the next slide is looking at some types of recommendations for the master facilities plan. So these are aligned into the 3 goals. And this first goal around addressing overutilization or underutilization in some cases as well is also closely aligned with the boundaries in the science study. So one is the team is looking at potential facility expansions. Where is that even a possibility to address overcrowding? Where are there shared space opportunities, right? And so this is where there is both excess space of enough and the facility itself has the permutations or it's set up in a way that allows to have a co-organization or school in as well, right? Its space is set up well that way. And then of course, anything else that they think is sort of a overutilization problem that can't be addressed with the facility solved, in particular, gets bounced over to the boundaries to the science study, right? That's what we'll have the specific recommendations as well. Because it's both a boundary decision and it could be an enrollment policy decision. So for example, I'm sure many of you are familiar with our DCPS schools that are neighborhood schools. They are able to take out of boundary students. So I think Coolidge High School is a great example. Firstly, it is also as is item 12, it is also very important they have space. Competing desires and on what to do to sort of manage that space. And out of boundary, reducing some out of boundary enrollment is one way to do it. And of course, that has trade-offs, right? That limits options to students that live outside the boundary. Right? For all the trade-offs. The next group of potential MFT recommendations is around modernization. So I think only the last time you came, or maybe when I came to one, I can't remember. I said on the panel a little while back in the fall. I can't remember a public meeting, and we were talking about sort of the PACE formula, sort of thinking about prioritization that helps set the stage, or set the rankings for prioritization for upcoming DCPS modernizations. By taking a look from an equitable, I think Smoothie has had some impacts that we didn't quite understand the permutations of when was originally created. Looking at student space opportunities, I'm sure many of you are familiar, this is always an issue. This can be an issue for DCPS schools. Looking at the small capital budget, right? So modernization is not just big overhauls, but also a small cap. And then looking at ed specs, thinking about supporting extended learning, right? So ed specs haven't considered that before. And then the last one around supporting maintenance. This for us is an addition from when we did this in 2018. And so this is looking at, again, thinking about ways to maintain the great buildings that we have. And so one set is expanding preventative maintenance around key building systems, investing in targeted areas. So our contractors did a walkthrough of 109 CPS schools. They did educational assessments of all of those, as well as collected information from PPS in order to have more detailed information about that. Looking at streamlining work order processes, right? We had a lot of focus on work orders, especially during COVID, and thinking about HVAC, what else do we need to help improve those processes. And then all sorts of in-house training and contractor performance evaluations, right? So DGS is not the only entity, they oversee a lot of contractors as well. And again, this is all very focused on DCPS because DGS maintains their facilities. So these are just a taste of what's to come, but we thought we would give some examples. I think a lot of us have been focusing a lot around the over and underutilization, right? We have 2 other areas too that we're focusing on.
And then finally, we'll just flip to the last slide, excuse me, which is just next steps. And here, the MFP was due to council by law in December. We asked forgiveness and anticipate getting it to council by the end of this month with the set of recommendations that we've prescribed. And then, of course, as I shared our boundary and student assignment study, we're still in the thick of it in terms of testing out ideas, staring at the challenges, working with school communities and others to make sure we've got the right set of recommendations. We'll work through this month with the advisory committee and working groups to get to some kind of draft set of recommendations, and then we anticipate delivering the final report with the recommendations in March to vote for the mayor. I think we'll stop here. And I don't know if there are questions for us. We're happy to talk about the school funding study. Michelle Gann, my people staff is here, has been leading that work. So we'll be happy to share any insight you want on that. And again, this is just a conversation that we're having in an ongoing way. So please reach out if any of you want to talk more deeply about this. work. But with that, we'll just pause. And say thank you. We're available for the next little while.
Okay,
Without several terms.
so I'm assuming people have, questions and comments, do you need for the adequacy study? Or it's, I can talk fast and short if you want to. No, I just need to know what you need so I can manage the questions appropriately. Okay. All right, so questions. All right, so we'll go. Vice President Oliver, oh, and then there's one far back of the. I'm gonna ask this member one to two questions about the adequacy study in anticipation that more people might also.
These are, you mentioned, cools and Ivy Wells, which all of a sudden. Another question has to do with that has to do with we have new schools that we can done to make sure that that they don't have problems immediately. A couple of these buildings, I have one right across the street from that. And not problem. Well, it just opened and it's the house, you know, it's not the way to do it. Especially, one working in.
Well, Vice President, thank you for that. I'll take the second question and then you can talk about the overcrowding. On the ensuring that new buildings don't have these problems, the way that we're thinking about addressing it like this, just trying to in new buildings can be taken so that you can have the parts, you can have teams that actually know how to fix them, as opposed to what we have done, which is all of these really wonderful buildings. The architects were doing quite the arts approaches to things like HVAC, as you know, and that has led to a lot of problems in the experts that come and do repairs. So we're basically going back to a whole recommend standardizing infrastructure, not necessarily designs and all that, but ensuring that we approach it that way. For on the overcrowding. I think
exactly that's right. I think it's the same thing where it's a good problem, right? And so I think, as I mentioned, there's a couple of different ways to address it. They do both have out of boundary seats, particularly Coolidge. So again, even for this upcoming year, they're sort of thinking about how to reduce those out of boundary seats and we're going to help them to size that makes sense in building. And then again, we don't want to just build our way out of everything. I know this is also a constrained site and historic site, but you know, this is where the contractors can or our project team can help look and see in the future with no dollars tied to it or put it into some planning. Is there something that can facilitate build down the road? It wouldn't be intense.
Okay, I'll just combine sensitive. I'll just kind of combine my statement into one. I've attended all the meetings that you've had, and I think you know where I'm coming from, which is extreme disappointment with these three studies. I think it was a once in a decade opportunity to do something really exciting. And I just think we've completely dropped the ball on that. I think the residents of my ward are really upset about it. And I'll go through the reasons why. One is, 15 years ago, we set out to try to make universal pre-K. When I go to EdFest, my ward is the only one where none of our elementary schools have a pre-K 3 and they all start at pre-K 4. That's just completely unacceptable. And there's been no effort to try to integrate pre-K 3 into our schools, even if we include some of the CBOs in the neighborhood. So that's extremely disappointing that there's no progress there. The school overcrowding is going to be exacerbated through this plan. And the mayor's pushing the Rock Creek West roadmap, which occurs during the exact same time frame as this plan. But you have a plan by the Office of Planning and one by the Deputy Mayor for Education, and the two don't mesh at all. So how can we have a city that has two plans and they don't even sync up? It doesn't make any sense. Next, the issue with the trailers. The fact that we've had trailers sitting on these school sites for, in some cases, nearly a decade is just, I mean, it shows our kids we're not serious about this because they're musty. And kids have to walk out to these trailers and they're not acceptable permanent educational space. They were supposed to be used, Alan Blue started using them for swing space when we did modernizations, but they just sit there permanently at these sites. And this plan, this boundary study, and MFB has no plan to get rid of them. Next, the special ed kind of relates to the trailers. When you go to Key Elementary School, their special ed room is a trailer, a musty trailer at Key. It's unacceptable. And this, you know, we maybe you made some advancements since the one we did in Ward 8. But I'll tell you there, I think LaJoy Law raised a great question. Is this doesn't search for, you know, the issues of special ed. The map wouldn't even search for special ed. And it really shows it's not been a priority in the study to get inclusive special ed services in all of these communities and use underutilized space to do that. Lastly, I mean, the issue of specifically McCarthy. Looking at transit there, we have asked DCPS over and over again, how do you get 800 kids in and out of the school site? And they just point to DDOT and say they'll handle it. It's been almost 3 years, and there's not been any single answer to show how you're going to fit 800 kids on that site and get them to and from school, particularly now that WMATA is facing cuts. Lastly, on the facilities plan, and then I'll let you respond to all this. You know, we really have an opportunity. We've got these wonderful kids who've been coming down to our state board meetings, talking about like the exciting advancements of a Green New Deal for schools, electrification. You know, I don't see any of that in the facilities plan that we've talked about so far. Nothing innovative, nothing new, nothing that even says we're going to try to complete everything we set out to do in the School Modernization Financing Act. And that was 20 years ago almost now. So like, I'm just disappointed. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this. I have to try to go pitch it to my community that we need to try to stop this thing when it comes to council. And I'm just disappointed. So I'll let you respond.
Thank you. And I'm going to share some of these concerns before we talk with some of these things I think are real. So for example, on pre-K3, we made a decision early in the study to focus on pre-K3 programming accessible and entirely in schools and not everywhere, because we were trying to focus on the reality of the facilities that we've got. So I think that is a fair critique. I'll let Jen talk about OPEMU.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm gonna stand up again, sorry. So I think there's a couple things. So I appreciate that because we are working closely with Office of Planning with our housing pipeline. And so for some of you that are familiar in Edscape in Chapter 5, we have our housing pipeline from a few years ago because we looked to estimate how many units are coming online, residential units, and how many public school kids would we expect out of them, right? And then you can also estimate how many rental are in school. And so we are very excited. In fact, it's one of the reasons we're talking about Jan Elementary is because while they're overcrowding right now is on the cost, we see many new housing developments that are happening. And we want to make sure that they have roofs, right? And so I think this is an opportunity that we have been aligning. We have a post online. I'm happy to send you the link to that. And we're going to work those all that plans into Edscape then as we wrap up the projects. Because it's very important that things are not.
I'll just say, you know, saying President Boulay on special education, we have worked hard to actually get the feedback from in the MFP, we actually are doing utilization, and I think you know, excluding the trailers. So we're trying to be accurate about what is the inclusive schools, assuming the trailers are not permanent, and then coming up with recommendations to resolve wherever we can. So hopefully that will satisfy some of your constituents because I understand what I'm saying. Thank you.
I'll stay engaged. Thank you so much.
Most of the things I told you already during the engagement engagement, but there are a couple of new elements that, I don't know if I saw those or. I'm really excited to see about the implementation of in-house training and contractor performance evaluation. I remember a couple of years ago, at Kinley, their foreman could have told me it's over 200 lights, but because he didn't touch on, the school was just poorly lit. And so as much as possible, we can empower those individuals to make the fixes, but also not also, you know, that's the building while they're making fixes, because I know that's a project victory, but I'm excited to see that part. And then the performance evaluation. So happy to see you all to that. My question comes from opportunities, and I'm curious about, because several schools on your list of underutilized. Identify possibly purchases. However, are you just going to identify, but like what factors are you going to consider? Like maybe you identify a school, you say you're actually not going to use this school as a shared space. Like even though it might be underutilized, we're not going to use this space because of some of the just inequities that happened over the years that caused mixed conditions in our schools where people aren't choosing to go to school because of all the things, all the reasons. So I'm curious of like, I know you're gonna identify spaces, but what factors will be considered for the actual like implementation of a shared program? And are there any plans for like how programming will be complementary? Like what is your plan around identifying who's a good partner if a school gets identified and also is a good match for that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Representative, for that question. We've been really focused on discussion of shared space, and our approach is actually, I think, very much in line with the spirit of your question, which is you would only ever do it in a way that supported in some way the community or the school's programming itself. And so the approach that we've taken is twofold. One, from a physical capacity perspective, the consultants have gone around to all the schools that are so-called underutilized and determined whether or not they actually have the infrastructure to support any other kind of programming, either a separate entranceway, or could you actually divide the building inside? So it's not every school that's underutilized that could be appropriately used. Secondly, the spirit of this idea and the emerging recommendation is it could only be used for programming that is supportive of the school and the school community. DCPS already has a policy which requires the principal to agree with whatever we put in place in a shared space. And we anticipate that that would be the approach that we would want to carry forward. Their policy, by the way, also suggests that if there's rent, the rent goes to the school and not to central office. If that makes sense, as another sort of way of helping to bolster the school, the economics of it. And when we say shared programming, we don't necessarily mean, and probably most institutions don't mean another school, because we would never want to create anything that felt like a competitive environment. That's one of the key learnings from New York City, which many of you are familiar with when we did shared schools in the same buildings. You had a competition that was actually very detrimental to both. So we're not talking about that, but we are talking about community-based organization that's helping other things. That the school is involved in helping.
So in your timeline, will those be identified? The schools that have been, well, of course, we don't know who's identified for possible shared space, but then that extra element of all things that you're saying, you're going to move forward with possibly the programs, and here's what program that may be, like, what will that look like? How would you?
In the context of this study, it will just be at the level of, these are the schools where the school communities can consider this as helpful. Okay. And these are the kinds of things that we would imagine. Okay. So there will be no actual recommendations for usage of space in the context of this study.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2.5 questions and a note. We'll start with the note. If you do the paired schools thing, please get a research partner to follow that, because I think that would be rich for research. How are you looking at past and present issues and thinking of swing space issues, or back to the like housing projections? Like what would have been my neighborhood school was demolished this past year. I live in a community that has added hundreds of housing units in the same period. Like, how are you looking at past issues that have come up to inform what you're looking at now? Second question, how do we as advocates suggest things for small capital projects? I've asked many people that have never quite understood how to go about that. And quickly, is a realignment of the grade bands or grade levels still something to be considered? That having all those schools started.
Right, so let's take that question in order. How are we taking kind of past lessons learned and particular housing?
Yeah, I think it's a good one. So so these are two big opportunities for two big plans, right? The DME through Edscape and our other sort of work tries to keep on top of all of these things annually anyhow. So we have been looking at where things have happened, certainly with 2018, where we see housing happening and where we see going forward. So I think we do try to take, right, the past to then help us inform the future. I think, and we also take the context, right? So Ward 5 is very different than Ward 3, for example, in a number of different ways. It regards to housing development and then where kids choose to go to school. So we try to take as much as we can into
On the small cap project, I think it's a good question. PCPS proposes what it wants as community for schools. So therefore, as advocacy, I would suggest you ensure you let PCPS leadership know, or you could let our office know and we can convey it. So if you've got ideas for what you think should happen, and in fact, other members here have done that. And so we would welcome that. On the shared grade bands, that's a topic that's come up specifically in relation to charter LEAs that start in 4th or 5th grade, as opposed to 6th grade. And we've heard from many communities, both PCPS and charter, that can create problems. It either empties out the elementary school too early before families want to, but also if you look at the enrollment in some of those schools, you'll see that they're not representative of the city as a whole. So you've got an information gap. And it is very much an idea that is on the table. We're working towards it turns out it's a very contentious idea because we do have a system of governance in which the Public Charter School Board engages in contracts with charter LEAs on their own terms and figures out what they want to do. So if we do have a recommendation, it will honor this current system of governance and would be a recommendation to the Public Charter School Board as they would go about their work, as it would be a recommendation to the mayor and PCPS as it considers its own authority. So we're still talking about that idea, and more broadly, how important it is, we think, to engage in those kinds of acts of shared planning around school configuration, school opening, school closing, because as a city, we're too integrated and families are too much, have so much mobility that we don't think siloed decision-making without consultation is necessarily the right way to go.
We'll have the question on it, 555. That's on the block 3 minutes for the adequacy that's in there. I can let us know if you need to see that. So I'll put those questions. I'm sorry to anyone. I'll put my own questions. And I'm sorry to anyone who didn't have been asked for the offer. I definitely think it's really helpful.
Thank you, President Hudson. And thank you all for the seriousness and thoughtfulness in which you're going about this work. So one, I will take Jenna on the offer. I do, there are particular Ward 1 issues, and there's a lot going on with the middle school. But the thing I want to ask about today, which has been very clear from the beginning, and the attendance in Ward 1 is, the Bancroft school community and the need for an annex to be able to maintain the dual language programs for the school. Where do you see yourself in that process right now? What are the driving factors that are going to make the recommendation to be able to kind of create more classrooms for that school community?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'll take a stab at it, and I want to just share how extraordinarily wonderful the engagement of the Bancroft community has been. I mean, they have both done a lot of outreach, letting us know their position, but also they've done a lot of work themselves to help resolve what we all know is the challenge space. If you want to maintain the dual language program at Bancroft, you have to let in more out-of-boundary students that are in the attendance zone in order to ensure you've got the right mix of students that you want in that larger part of the school. And just before the break, in fact, I went and visited and spent time outside the school and took a tour and met with the committee that's supposed to be candidates. So I think their engagement has been really exemplary and wonderful. And we're extremely grateful. They are proposing the resolution as an annex for the pre-K programming, which we also see as a very viable option conceptually. Where the challenge comes about, as it often does, is actually in ensuring you can find a building that is both affordable and proximate and so on. And so they have a number of ideas. We've looked at some of them. We'll continue to explore that. And so we're certainly keeping alive that idea to work on it. There's no clear resolution yet. If there's no annex, we have to then go back to some of the other ideas that I think none of us think are fantastic, including adjusting the attendance zone and or adjusting the feeder pattern, which the communities let us know they value much less than an annex. So it's a really hard one, but we're continuing to look at that as a real idea.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you being able to hear where the community sits on that matter. Out of respect for time, I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Sorry for the short amount of time, but want to just briefly cover the school funding study. So as many of you know, this study has been undergone over the last several months. We've been looking both at national research, conducting DC specific context research and interviews with school leaders, LEA leaders, experts in the area, and then doing a lot of community engagement with directly with families, with principals, teachers, instructional coaches, et cetera. Briefly on like some of the learnings through this work. One, I think we do know that at a systems level, based on research that we see nationally, dollars do matter, and how we spend those dollars matters even more, and that our funding formula itself is very strong. So the spoiler alert for the study is of the funding formula. We have a strong funding formula. It's going to propose changes and tweaks to it, but what we have is driving equity in our system. We are seeing that there's a lot of adults inside of our school buildings, particularly with the ESSER funds over the last couple of years. Schools have made a lot of personnel purchases and are also experiencing a lot of hiring challenges as they think about filling all of those positions. Relatedly, schools actually spend most of their funding on non-instructional supports. So that includes building operations, admin, wraparound supports, and in particular for schools that have high concentrations of at-risk students, that is where we see the largest differentiation in how they're spending their dollars. So they have very similar teacher to student ratios. For example, that's not necessarily class size, but number of teachers to number of students, but they have very, very different wraparound support ratios. So they are choosing to spend all of those additional dollars on wraparound supports. We have a high cost base in DC. This is driven across both of our sectors by us paying our teachers very well, paying our staff very well, and the cost of having some small schools across both of our systems. So both purposefully and intentionally small schools, single site LEAs, and schools that have had declining enrollment. That all does drive up our administrative costs. And then we've learned a lot about, unsurprisingly, the role of the school being very ambiguous, evolving, and changing over the course of the pandemic. And schools feeling that pressure and that constraint as their relationship with families has changed. Families are looking to schools as a central hub of supports, and schools feel like they don't have all of the resources necessarily to support families in all of those regards. So where that leads to in terms of types of recommendations, I think one, there's going to be a series of recommendations around adjusting specific funding weights and levels. So in the kind of bread and butter of the UPSFF, we expect to see increases, for example, to the grades 1 through 3 weight, where we know that just the model of education has evolved. There's a lot more small group instruction, structured literacy, early interventions. Recommended increase to the at-risk weight, very similar to the 2013 study we anticipate, as well as increase to the adult weight, which is a population that has increased need, and similar in the 2013 study, recommended a weight higher than where we are today. And then additionally, likely the introduction of a called level 4+ weight within special education to provide supports for schools where there are students whose IEPs require a dedicated nurse, a dedicated aide, a full-time resource. Many schools, as they are budgeting, that is what is kind of pulling funding away from other supports and where the funding actually is inadequate. In terms of specific changes inside of the formula, those are kind of what we expect to see on the recommendations. And then the funding study is also making recommendations on kind of the ecosystem of funding, recognizing UPSFF is not the only way that LEAs are getting dollars, and recommending that as we think about pursuing specific evidence-based interventions, knowing that UPSFF is effectively a block grant to LEAs who have the autonomy to spend how they want, where the district wants to pursue specific evidence-based interventions, like high impact tutoring, like how we think about OSCE's role in school improvement, that should be done outside of the UPSFF through more constrained funding. Consideration for how are we scaling programming around schools to support student success. So strong support for scaling out of school time programming, support for scaling shared college and career programming for our schools so that they have those supports inside of the ecosystem outside of the funding that they are providing directly themselves. Accounting for some of the neighborhood effects on schools. So there's conversation and consideration of what the role that neighborhood has on student performance and how we are supporting schools in that regard. So increasing investments in the communities around schools so that they are not taking on the sole burden of supporting families and students through economic mobility, and they actually are able to focus more on the instructional core. And then thinking about how we nudge our system to greater efficiency. So similarly here, leveraging shared programming opportunities where we know individual schools cannot necessarily offer the scale or the administrative costs are too high to offer that scale. And then across both systems, really thinking about what is the price tag of opening a new school. Not a price tag that individual school bears, but that our system bears, and how we are taking that into consideration, very similar to some of the impact analysis that we might take into consideration with an opening of a new school. And then finally, some recommendations just around accountability and thinking about funding transparency. So right now, UPSFF dollars to spend how they want. We have the common financial reporting standards, which allow us to have similar buckets across TCPS and our charter schools for understanding how funding is spent. And the at-risk category, for example, is still an open-ended narrative. So considering how we may want to either increase the level of reporting required there across the system or for specific schools where we potentially can see underperformance for at-risk students wanting to better understand how they're spending their dollars. So I went over my 5 minutes, sorry.
Michelle,
Yes.
I don't think we have these slides. I don't know if they're ready to
Yeah,
slide.
I mean, we're gonna share slides on the boundary.
Okay, if there is some version of this information that you can share with us, that would be helpful. I know we got the interview about the slides today.
And the invite is also open on this one, so.
Could you, just give a brief statement about the timeline for this?
Yep, so this similar to the MFP was technically due to council September 2023. Obviously, that did not happen. So we are aiming to release it in January this month.
Okay, so, all right, we are over time. I know this is a lot of, I don't know how many months of work, it was like a year of work. But even though these things don't fall solidly within our purview, I know that you all are getting questions from your communities about this, and want to make sure that people have the connection points with D&D to be able to adequately not just answer them, but advocate for community members. Please take Michelle and Jen up on the follow-up plan. Probably understand.
My work awesome.
All right, I hear people. Thank you. So I'm going to let the staff go. I'm going to say thank you for giving an overview. We'll look out for the updated information on the advocacy study. And please do take the staff up. They will even do special community meetings. Transition. I know we have a lot of stuff on the agenda trying to do. As a cushion. Good. Sorry. It should be working. They coming? And now we can turn over the next 45 minutes of our meeting to the opportunity to share update on the new school report card and financial literacy.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a wonderful holiday season. Today we'll be primarily talking to you about the 2024 school report, DC school report card. We will begin with a display of the summative score. First presenting the results of our public engagement work on the display, and then provide an example display for presenting the score on the report card moving forward. No, please note that this display is to be representative of the key components and ideas, rather than a finalized version or not. Second, we will discuss general formatting for the report card design. Again, we'll present the findings first from our public engagement, and then propose updates for inclusion on future report cards. We'll conclude with an update on the 2023 report card and identification of next steps, and then take questions or feedback from the board. We have two objectives in presenting to you this evening. First, we would like to align on the principles for displaying the summative score. And second, we would like to align on the principles and potentially the resolution language for updating the format of the updated report card. Thank you for your attention to these matters this evening. I know you've had a very dense and interesting presentation before us, but appreciate your engagement all along, and will now turn it over to my colleague, Alexander Chu.
Thank you all again. Andrew said Happy New Year. Glad to be here with you. Next slide, please. Again, I think we like to start just kind of this discussion just with where we're at in our timeline. You'll see that we've now moved to 2024, January 2024, as Andrew noted over here, to present to you all to kind of discuss and align on some of the score presentation and format of the 2024 DC School Report Card. You'll see that the work ahead of us in 2024 involves SBOE approval of any enhancements for the new DC School Report Card, which we hope to occur at your public meeting next month. That will allow OSSI plenty of time to work with our development team to execute and design the new DC School Report Card over the spring and summer, eventually for the publication of that new DC School Report Card by the end of next year. Next slide. Also, as Andrew noted, today we're really going to focus on sharing out the results and kind of feedback that we heard from folks related to the presentation of the summative score, as well as the format of the DC School Report Card. As you'll recall from our last working session with you all, we focused on content elements. Again, today we're going to focus on the presentation of the summative score, as well as format and visual elements. Before we go into some of the findings and results, I did want to just kind of give an overview of what the feedback opportunities look like for the public and for stakeholders on this time. So OSSI and the state board worked in partnership to solicit feedback on updating the 2024 DC School Report Card through a public survey. That survey launched at the end of September. It was open through the middle of December. We received 136 completed responses, and that resulted in nearly 900 pieces of individual feedback when you take all the questions related to content, presentation of some of the score, or format and visual elements. We also hosted public engagement sessions and office hours with the state board. We did 3 of those sessions, 1 in person, 2 virtually, again, on the same topics that we surveyed folks on in the survey. Those engagement sessions were collectively attended by 75 people. EdFest, OSCE tabled at both the EdFest in December, both the pre-K through elementary school one as well as the high school one, and we engaged in a pick what you like activity related to the content of the DC School Report Card as well as the summative score. This was an excellent opportunity for especially parents and students and school-based leaders to provide feedback and comments on the DC School Report Card, and it resulted in the collection of over 400 kind of individual sticker dots with that activity. In addition to those 3 items, OSCE's engaged in some other feedback opportunities. We've engaged with our 37-member teacher and principal advisory council related to these topics. We did that in October of last year. We've engaged with our LEA leaders. 29 heads of schools provided feedback directly on the display of the summative score. And so collectively, outside of the survey, all this additional feedback resulted in about 800 pieces of feedback related again to content, presentation of the summative score, or the format and visual elements. And so the next slides will go into kind of the findings again on the presentation of the summative score, as well as format and visual element. So, next slide. But before we do so, I did just want to remind folks of the examples of the score displays that were presented to stakeholders in the public reviewing. Examples 1, 2, 3, and 4 were included in all of our opportunities for engagement. Example 5 was included after the survey was published, so that was not included in the survey findings. We wanted to make sure that folks could visually see what we're referring to when we talk about all 5 of the examples in the next slides. The next slide. So survey results. So again, as I noted, example 5 was not included in the survey. It was added as an option while we were planning for engagement session 2. Thank you, Representative Henderson, for the suggestion to add an additional example. But what you see here is based on the survey. The majority of folks had a preference for example 2. Next slide. These next results are related to our EdFest engagement. Again, this was done through the Pick What You Like activity, where folks came up to the OSCE booth and were able to place a sticker next to the image of the summative score presentation. We have divided each of the bars based on the pre-K, which is in blue, pre-K through elementary and middle school, which is blue, and then our high school one, which is in red. Again, you will see the trend that example 2 is a preferred presentation, but also example 5 is one that folks appreciate as well. Next slide. These are results from our LEA leader discussion. Again, we engaged with 29 LEA leaders. Our LEA leaders also had preferences for example 2 and example 5. Next slide. This next slide is a kind of an aggregation of the feedback that was received during our teacher and principal advisory session, our LEA leaders, the engagement session number 2 that we did, as well as both EdFest. Again, you can see that the majority of folks are liking example 2 as well as example 5. Next slide. Also wanted to share some qualitative feedback that we've heard about the summative score and its presentation. I will go ahead and actually read through some of these because I think they're quite helpful. The first one, I like that example 1 says accountability. Example 2 helps you understand that a 67 is high performing rather than a D. Example 2 is most effective, but example 3 gives comparison to other schools. Color coding, as seen in examples 2 and 4, sends subliminal messaging about school efficacy and should be strictly avoided. I'm a scientist, so I like the histogram in example 3. Example 3 might be a bit unacceptable for some families. Generally, like examples 2 and 4 visually, but thought they needed contextualization and clearer labeling like provided by example 5. I like that example 5 shows the breakdown of the summative score. Example 5, if we can have a graph bar for each indicator, that might be better. And then finally, please make sure there's enough context given to understand what the scores mean. And so that's a sampling of some of the qualitative feedback that we heard in addition to the survey, in addition to EdFest, in addition to the other engagement that was done. Next slide. This next slide shows the survey results related to the scores placement. And so in addition to asking folks what presentation of the summative score they liked, we also asked them where they thought the score should actually be placed. So on this slide, you'll see survey results related to the placement of the summative score on the DC score report card. The upper bar shows folks that selected either the top, middle, or bottom of the individual school page. So folks that wanted to see the summative score on the school page. I will note that the majority of folks actually picked the top of the school profile. The second bar, the bottom one with the blue and orange, shows folks that wanted to see the summative score in a dedicated section, so outside of an individual school page. I will also note that for this question, folks had the option to choose more than one if they wanted to. So some folks actually chose in a dedicated section as well as somewhere on the school page. And so that piece of orange actually is representative of folks who chose both in the dedicated section, but also either on the top, middle, or bottom of a school page. And so wanted to provide this breakdown for you. Again, this question was only asked kind of in our survey and in our engagement sessions. We did not do this at EdFest, but this has provided OSCE with some additional information as we talk through our kind of proposed score presentation. Next slide. So moving on to the proposed score presentation. So first, OSCE is proposing that we change, kind of move away from references to summative score to accountability score. I think in some of our quality feedback and other feedback we've heard that people would prefer that we use the term accountability as opposed to summative. The second proposed piece is that OSCE would that the accountability score shall be presented such that it is easily understandable, easily accessible, contextualized against district norms, and contextualized for its constituent parts. So for all those individual indicators that go into what grades that summative score. And so our proposed presentation would be that starting in December 2024, we propose adopting a presentation of the summative score that incorporates aspects of examples 1, 2, and 5. And a couple of things to note before we go to the next slide is that in some of that qualitative feedback, you're able to see this, but there is a tension in the display of the accountability score when we think about between intelligibility, contextualization, whether folks like color, don't like color, want more description, want less description. And so there's definitely a tension there, and that's something that was very apparent. But OSCE's aim is to present the score in a way that is quickly and easily understandable while providing adequate contextualization for what the score represents. And so I think some key things in there, quickly and easily understandable for our families and our parents, but also making sure that there's that adequate contextualization as we think about what that score actually means to a family or a parent. Next slide. So this is, as Andrew noted, on this slide, we're sharing an example of a visualization that incorporates examples, aspects of examples 1, 2, and 5. I will also just, in full disclosure, just excuse the rough design. Our graphic designer is on a well-deserved vacation, and so we had some stand-ins helping us with this one. But this example is supposed to illustrate an accountability score, again, that is easily understandable, easily accessible, contextualized against district norms, and contextualized for its constituent parts. In the upper image, so the part with the blue gradation, you'll notice that there are visual quartiles recommended that were recommended from example 2. And the second part, you'll notice that there's contextualization of the score related to other DC elementary schools. And so if you read the text that is above the score, you will see that it says imaginary elementary school earned an accountability score of 46.4. But a lot of folks are asking us, what does that 46.4 mean? And so the second statement, this is higher than 54% of all elementary schools in the District of Columbia. So again, giving contextualization of what that score means relative to other like schools. Below that, you'll see that the lower image includes aspects of example 5 that we heard folks like. Again, specifically, you'll see the components of the accountability score broken out by indicator that comprise the accountability score. And so those are the things, those 6 things at the bottom: academic growth, academic achievement, student attendance, English language proficiency, early childhood environment, and enrollment. And so, for example, in this example, you see that the imaginary elementary school scored higher than 43% of other like elementary schools when it comes to academic growth. Or this imaginary elementary school scored better than 66% of like elementary schools when it came to early childhood environments. Again, so additional contextualization, where and how across each of the indicators. Again, these visualizations are representative of the direction that OSSE is headed with the presentation of the accountability score. And we'll continue to refine and iterate on these designs with our graphic designer. And we'll be working closely with our development team as well to kind of identify what is technically possible when it comes to embedding these images into the DC School Report Card website. Next slide. Now we're going to shift to the format and visual elements. So the preceding slides were related to the presentation of the summative score. And now we're going to go to format and visual elements. For this, we have a bunch of qualitative feedback that we'd like to share. Again, a sampling. The first, the DC School Report Card should be easy to understand in plain language for all. The current DC School Report Card does not provide the average parent with enough context to understand what they are reviewing. More text explaining each of the metrics. Many states have a "what does this mean" explainer right below their indicators, accessible on the same page, maybe via a pop-out when moused over, rather than having to click to another page. It's not clear how growth is calculated or what the median growth percentile even is, or photos of actual students. It would be helpful to be able to quickly and easily compare schools. And also, I still very much like the My Child Care DC formatting because it lets you start by your zip code or your school name. So those are some qualitative things that we've heard from folks related to the format and visual element. Next slide. And so with that, OSSE has 5 things that we're proposing related to format and visual elements. The first is enhanced user navigation features to reduce scrolling. So what does this mean? Examples would be like a back to top button, improved placement of the metric box on the school profile page. Again, ability for folks to navigate more easily instead of having to scroll through an entire page. The second, enhanced search and comparability features. Examples here would be comparing selected schools, searching by address function, and even searching by program functions. I would want to note that some of these enhancements would likely not occur until 2025, given some of the technical changes that would need to happen with the website. But definitely, OSSE is committed to enhanced search and comparability features. The third, enhanced individualization of school profile displays. Again, this is something that we heard in the content discussion, but wanted to pull it in here as well. This could include something like schools being able to provide multiple photos for a photo carousel instead of that stagnant single picture of a school building. The fourth item, enhanced language accessibility and contextualization of terms. This could include things like additional hover over tools to define terms, as well as maybe the addition of a data dictionary. We've heard folks say, like, what does student mobility mean? Or how is enrollment calculated? And so the ability to kind of hover over these terms or better understand what they mean. And then the fifth thing would be the introduction of equity-focused badges. And so OSSE is proposing to create and implement badges that herald school successes with a focus on promoting equity and district priorities. So 2 examples, one could be a badge for 100% completion of structured literacy training. A second could be an attendance honor roll badge for lowest chronic absenteeism rates at schools with 70% or more economically disadvantaged students. So those are some examples of possible equity-focused badges that we could create or implement. And implementation of these badges would not occur until the 2025 DC School Report Card. Next slide. As Andrew noted at the beginning, we did also want to show some proposed resolution language with you in advance of next month. In the left-hand side, you will see what the resolution in 2018 stated around format and content of the DC School Report Card. So be it further resolved that the State Board of Education approves as the school report card format, an online tool that is also mobile friendly and allows stakeholders to generate printable materials in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, French, Vietnamese, Chinese, and Amharic. And so on the right-hand side, you'll see how we are proposing to update that language to be reflective of additional format and visual features. So you will see that we've added language that allows stakeholders to navigate with reduced scrolling, search for and compare schools, and understand data-related terminology used. You'll also see 2 additional clauses, one around the accountability score, and such that it shall be presented in an easily understandable, easily accessible, contextualized against district norms, and contextualized for its constituent parts. And then a final, be it further resolved clause that says OSU shall obtain stakeholder feedback to implement school level badges to promote equity and district priorities beginning in 2025. Next slide. And so that is the kind of the feedback and kind of the proposals at hand with respect to the summative score presentation, as well as visual and format elements. Now we wanted to go just really quickly into some things related to the 2023 DC School Report Card, mainly around traffic, who's visiting, what are they looking at when they go to the page, just to give you all an idea of what we've been seeing since the report card launched on November 30th. Next slide, please. So I will note that all of this data is for the 21st. It goes through December 21st because that's when we delivered the slides to the city board. So the website has received over 36,000 views during that period of time. Nearly 5,000 users between that time. And the average user is spending between 3 and 4 minutes on the website. You'll also see that the majority of folks are accessing the website from a desktop device. However, there are a significant number of people that are accessing it from a mobile tablet device. Next slide. So when have people visited? This again from November 30th through December 21st. I'm going to notice some peaks on December 1st, right around when the survey or the report card was launched, December 11th, December 18th. You will see kind of between December 3rd and December 9th, that EdFest period kind of plateaus around 2,500. Again, potentially increased traffic around EdFest, but this should give you an idea of when have people visited over the course of the period. Next slide. So what are the most visited pages? The home and landing page is the most visited page. If that makes sense, people are likely going to that page first. Second, the DC overall page. And so that is the page that allows folks to see information related to all DC schools and LEAs. The third would be the DC public schools page. So that's an LEA specific page. The fourth is the summative score page. Fifth, academic achievement pages. Sixth, academic growth pages. 7 student attendance pages. You'll see the number of views, but also you'll see the average engagement time that's spent on these visited pages. Next slide. Next slide.
Thank you so much, Alex. Rather than reading all the bullets on the slide, I just want to note that we are coming to the conclusion of our timeline for alignment on updates for the 2024 report card. As we've stated for approximately the past 7 months, we anticipate February's working session to be the final meeting to align on any outstanding issues related to approval on updating the report card. Thank you again for your commitment to the joint engagement. It's been super valuable. And we're happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Okay, so when y'all do this, it doesn't matter. Okay. But if you do this, I can look all the way around the room, somebody is, you just hold your hand. So we can start on that. We'll go in this order, and then once we finish with this side, Eric will be first on this side.
So I'd like to get feedback on the proposed score presentation.
with that.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I know we have the financial literacy too. How much time do you need for financial literacy?
That is not for this month.
Okay,
Oh, no, no.
no time. Okay,
No
we're
time.
not talking
Zero
about financial literacy today. We were supposed to.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Never mind then.
So restate my preference that we not include accountability score at all. But looking at this display, I think having the breakdown is a plus for transparency, but it doesn't convey the weight at all. So I think that it might be even more confusing if someone's going to try to relate the breakdown to the overall score. I don't think it's going to make a lot of sense. And I think the biggest problem is just there's no way to show the uncertainty and error that's inherent in the score itself. So families will use this and see, a definitive score and a definitive relationship to the other schools that the underlying stats can't really see. Whereas this imaginary school is being pegged as better than 54%, but probably
with respect to not conveying like some of the individual ones, like that's something I'm definitely considering. On the resolution language, can you say more about
the resolution language is just going to give a lot of latitude to like what ultimately ends up on the page, and so it's just hard to make a vote for something that we haven't seen yet, and I don't know what this song is.
I will hope that the display of the slides, the current language versus the proposed language shows that we're increasing that level of specificity. As you can see, the current language, which we could move forward with, is broader and in fact doesn't mention the score display at all. So hoping that we line of language that both provides flexibility to adjust to new information as we move forward, while providing the direction and principles that are needed. And just wanted to point out in terms of error bars. So one of the things that we do with instead of using the 46.4, which I think is more what you're talking about, that we are comparing it on that 0 to 100, which shows that it's a spectrum. So error bars relate to statistical uncertainty, but the way this is measured and reported is a snapshot of what happened in the past and is not prediction of the future. So that uncertainty is inherent, and I think that users, there's a tension that we set between that that level of complexity and the level to make it easily accessible. And so grappling with that, I think that that is the goal of creating the visual that you saw, but here that tension exists, and don't know that I don't know that adding error bars would make that would reduce that tension.
Helpful. I don't want to give the impression, not just because it's a buzzword, but such a line over the outstanding issues, but because just generally the resolution comes ultimately from the state board. The resolution language is not final. RC always shows with us when there is I don't know, statutory resolution of this kind, the suggested starting point. And they might include it, and then we always, as usual, decide what the resolution language is amongst ourselves. With the resolution language in the draft, in the slide is not final language.
Yeah, it's not final language, but this is an approval resolution, so I think that aligning on that language is
We will
it is
align, but
essential.
it is not final. All right, so, I need to make sure that the language matches the display, so I need to see something. And also not just me see something, I need to shop it with or at least a few people so they can see it. 'Cause I feel like if you show language, people are like, oh yeah, that sounds good until you actually see it. I already know one middle school has saw their new display or whatever the current iteration with the accountability score. And they are kind of like freaking out. So as much context as the this report card is gonna have about what's actually happening in schools, they're gonna wanna need it, because that score like kind of floored them, the updated score. So I'm like, okay, as much as possible, can we again, build stories around schools? So I do need to make sure that language matches the display. I need to see it because you might write something, but again, the interpretation looks a little different. So that was my last point. So going to the first one, the impact, I'm curious about the impact on the state plan, because the state plan says summative score, and we're now switching language to accountability score. So I'm curious about what steps can we do that, or how do we do that? Two is, do we have, or can we have city comparative matrix? So to the point of this display here of, I'm just looking over your shoulder, the 54, in my head, this is obviously the accountability. This is what the system has created for our schools. So yes, a 54 might be great, but if all this, or I don't know, but if all the schools are hovering around right at 50, I don't know. It actually makes it an outstanding score given the context of what the city has provided. And in that terms, we all need to make progress. So I'm like, can we make some kind of comparison? I don't know what the comparison data is. I know it says 54% higher than most of the elementary schools, but also, what are most of the elementary schools scoring to make this relevant? 1 second. Then any flexibility for the customization. I know Representative O'Leary's been asking how can we again provide some level of schools can tell their story, since so much of the story is being told about them through these scores and matrices they really can't control. My fourth point is how are we balancing out all the other profiles that float out there? So PCSB has a profile for the charters that people can click on. DCPS, I think, has profiles on their page. And how does this all align as, again, from an SEA perspective, you control all of those or have an impact on all of those? A collective vision is what I'm looking for here. And then my last one is, have you viewed the child care DC? And again, I'm curious to see where does that fall into? I know that was one of the qualitative statements, so I'm curious to see that. But yeah, those are all my comments or questions. Thanks.
There were a lot there. I can maybe take a couple there. I'll let Alex hopefully pick up the ones that I'm not recalling. So one on the language change, US Ed is okay with the language changes as long as the content is the same, so we do have that flexibility. On the,
Oh, so we don't say summative score, that means we don't have to spend accountability score, I'm curious, we gotta say it in the.
I think that display is a different, that's not just a language change, that is a, goes with the content. So on the, getting all.
Comparative matrix, you got anything for that?
Comparative matrix.
Like, how are we showing, like, where all this, like, if a school gets a 54. I know here it says this school performed 54% higher than the rest of elementary schools, but I wanna know, where are all the elementary schools? 'Cause this could just be an outlier.
So it's a,
But yeah, so like, if there are 100 schools, there would be 53 below, and then, I can't do the math. But
Because in my head, like, the states take accountability of
46 above. Or
if they're all
45.
covering the same place, and we wanna move everybody, you
Yeah.
know, and make sure everyone's doing whatever they can do. So I need to know, like, what are the rest of the schools doing? Cause that's where the state accountability comes in. As a state, we can help schools improve. So that was my piece on that. Anything about customization, how you balancing the other profiles, what's up with my child care DC and making it a parallel sort of, visual. And then will we have a display to see before we vote?
On the- go ahead.
as the customization, we did mention in, one of the slides that we were thinking about adding the, photo carousel as an opportunity to add that extra, level of customization. So if the school has a, web program that they want to display their great stage, they can show that in their carousel, for example. So that's a way to get to that level. In terms of, but we will retain the protocol of interacting with LEAs, because as the SEA, we interact with LEAs, so we would not be asking, we would not be communicating directly with schools on that, which I know has been asked, but is not one that we were willing to go down. And on the, sorry, I'm now, okay, I'll let you.
On the kind of like, how are these systems speaking to others? We have been in conversations with the Public Charter School Board about their PMS system. You know, we're working to align with My School DC, so definitely aware of those other tools that are out there. Let's see here. As far as like a visual that you would be able to see, I think it is our goal to work towards a more refined version of what we saw. Again, I think we need to recognize that we have to make sure that what is designed may not actually be technically feasible to embed into the website though. And so I think we also have to recognize that the example that we shared today and examples that we're sharing are ones that are going to be are representative again of like the direction that we should be going. But I also don't think that we should be you know, like to a particular one. And then I feel like there's one other question represented for you.
No.
Or is that all time?
That was all of them, you hit something, so.
Okay.
So I love the direction that we're going in, and I know that this is like an iterative process, and so I know that we're not gonna always hit it right away. So Dr. Reed has clearly been reading my mind for the last couple of months, because I've been saying this for a little while. Right now, we have at least 3 sites that families go to learn about their schools: My School DC, CPS, the OSSI school report cards. If we are going to do this resolution, I want to make sure that there's a push for us to recommend that each of these other sites has a link to the OSSI school accountability scores, because I feel like there's no point of us doing all of this work if I don't want to say no one, but if people aren't seeing it at every opportunity. So for that, I would love for that to be there, because there has been a lot of good work to put in for this. My next thing is and I think it goes back to, you know, what Dr. Reed was saying too, like are we asking to vote on this before we see it, and if so, why not wait for it to be done before we vote?
So there is, right now, you can look at the 2023 report card, which provides sort of the basis of a jumping off point. I think for us to, we can't add new content without the approval from the state board. So we would not be able to add school climate survey information until that is approved by the state board. And so happy to come back and iterate, as you mentioned, in the future. I don't think this is a final forever stop, but we need that approval in order to add that concept.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, President, can I follow up on that point?
Hold it, because I have a couple more people to get to.
And then also Representative Beth, just to, again, picking up on what Representative Reed said about the other sites and embedding. I know that we're currently working with My School DC to make sure that the link is embedded in that. My School DC is something that's housed in OSSI. With respect to DC Public Schools and PCSB, those are separate entities, but something we definitely communicate with them about a desire. Thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you for the presentation. I have like 4 points and then one question. So, I also share the concern of Dr. Reed, Representative Best. And just thinking about what this looked like I'm still not getting a clear sense of where is the summative score gonna be. Like, you presented the data and that's really helpful. But like, what I took away from it is that like 36 of the 56 like people surveyed in one of the slides wanted it just on the outside of the school profile page. And then you said at the beginning, like aligning on the principles of the summative score and the purpose of transparency, and I share that goal. But I find it incredibly misleading that we're not telling the public what percentage of the score is being calculated on each of those metrics. You know, so if we want to be transparent, then let's be transparent, but all of those 5 things that are on the bottom bar, do like that bottom display a lot, aren't equally weighted. The one question that I do have is like, what does OSSI see as the purpose of comparing schools, saying you're 50% better than the other elementary schools or 70% better than the other schools? Like, what is the point of that?
So I guess one, following up on the weights, again, what Representative Henderson was saying too, I think that's definitely something that considered, I think, better help contextualize like what those are. Because as you noted, early childhood environment carries a much smaller weight than our academic growth, right? And I think that's an important piece. With respect to, I think your second point on, the 54% relative to others, I think it is our attempt to better contextualize what that 46.4 score means. So like if a school receives the score of 46.4, they don't actually know what that means relative to all the other schools. They don't know if 100 other schools got that same score. And so by allowing us to identify where that score falls relative to other schools, I think it helps families better understand that, oh, that 46.4% means that I actually did better than 53 other schools. And so I think that is the goal of that piece. Your third question around,
I think it was just those 2.
maybe it's just two.
Yeah, and that's helpful to hear. I have a different understanding as to what I think the intent there is versus how parents are gonna experience that, like, in how that's gonna contribute to the conversation that we're having. And then to just kind of wrap things up, the things I would like to see moving forward too are like a comparative tool that's more substantive, right? Like, if I want to make sure that if I'm a parent and I want to make sure my teachers are going to be there, I would like to look at, hey, what's this school compared to this school's rate of teacher retention, or versus the citywide rate, or it's really important to me. I can't get off work until this time, so extracurricular programs are going to be important. What programs exist here versus at this school, and I haven't heard anything about that yet.
So that is there. So under
The number one thing that we are suggesting updating.
yeah, so I think it's the second item under, maybe the third item, but like the compare features. In addition to like the school by school, we're also, to Representative Reed's point, the search by an address function, but also this idea of a search by program function. And so like if you're interested in a STEM school, or if you want to know particularly about this particular metric, like being able to search by those particular features and do a comparison that way. Again, I think it will probably take some technical work from our developers to like figure out the logistics of that happening. And that's why I think some of those enhancements might not actually be able to occur until 2025, but those are definitely all within our goals when we talk about enhanced search and comparability features.
All right, thank you. I have other thoughts, but I'll share them for you.
I just have one main question. Why specifically are we making the language change from summative score to
Sit down a little bit louder.
Oh, why specifically are we making the language change from summative score to accountability score? Because I felt accountability gave more of a punitive tone towards the schools instead of like a representative one. So I just.
So that began with a feedback we heard in one of the public engagement sessions from Mr. Scott Goldstein suggested that change, and then we had talked about it internally and felt that accountability score is more aligned to the reality of what it was. We felt that the summative score may have given a slight application of what that score was, because it's not a summing of all that exists within a school, whereas the accountability score really goes to the accountability framework, which is what the score is based upon. Alex, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, no, it's not a yes.
Thank you. All right, this side of the table, I think Representative Douglas first.
Yes, well, first of all, thank you both. It is really a pleasure to get to see, that each stage we've met with Ossie on this, the feedback's incorporated. And it's just such a refreshing change from the last presentation that we've received, that you guys actually listen. You put the feedback in from advocates, from the community, from us, and it's just, I think it really shows in the product. So just great job on all this. My questions would be around, you have all the elements that I asked for in there that my community asked for. So I think that's fantastic. I think the one thing that the Residents of Ward 3 still want is a search feature that allows you to compare schools side by side. And, and that would be in every area. We're looking at curriculum, discipline, after school activities, all of those things that are important to the residents I represent. So for me, what would be really great, and I know our other representatives have mentioned it, would be if we could see kind of a website before we vote, to get this thing to a stage where we can see how it looks, how it works. I mean, it may not be the finished product, but something that we can be confident is going to deliver, in terms of, what the residents hope this looks like. Because you got all the data in there, it's looking good, but I'd love to see the actual website, because ultimately the devil's going to be in the details of how this looks. Everything looks great so far, but we got to see how the dashboard looks. So like, what's the timeline on that? When can we expect something that's a rollout of kind of a prototype where not just us can go through it, but some of these advocates like Empower Ed, who've been really involved with this, like our, maybe members of our community, our LSATs can sit down and look at it and give you like, one more round of feedback just to make sure that it's working the way we all envision it working. So how are we on a prototype for something that can actually be searched and we can see what's in there, like the meat on the bones?
I hear that request. Somebody on this side of the room also made a similar request, and it makes sense sitting in your shoes. I totally understand that. But from our perspective, that takes like 9 to 11 months worth of developer work of our staff, which is limited capacity. And so we are not able to produce a draft version. We don't have a budget that would allow us to do that and to bring it to you and then have you vote on that for approval. I think that what we can do is certainly agree to the principles, which I think I've heard a lot of alignment on, and then come back and have engagement again in the future. We can commit to sort of future engagement, but we can't spend 9 months of 10 months of resources to build out an example that then would not get, approved. So that is,
Well, I hear that, but I mean, if what we're voting on is a resolution with these kind of guiding principles in it, but I think what we want is a dashboard that's functional, what the community wants. So, I mean, I'll ultimately, turn to our president to kind of guide us on the timeline on this, but for me, I would rather wait on the vote until we can kind of see what you guys put out there. Maybe it's are we gonna have the chicken or the egg first? But I think the community really wants to see something where, we can see what, all of these great framework elements ultimately lead to in terms of, the display. Like, for example, let's just use school discipline. Is what does that mean? Like, it's on the list, school safety, school discipline or something. So, but what are you gonna actually measure when you have that? And how will it be searchable? And I think those would be things that would make me comfortable that we're getting what the community really wants and what's useful to our parents and our students in searching this thing. And right now we've got a great framework. I love the framework, but like, it would be just nice to have that, because like, whether you're measuring curriculum, whether you're measuring school safety, like it could sound great, but then you look at it, it's not what people are interested in. So like, is there room for that additional feedback, and how do we get it?
so there's not room for a 2024 version. If you don't want to have an approval in this cycle and you want to push it on to future years, I think that's a conversation, I guess. But just to be, clear that all the engagement work we have done has been geared towards that 2024 report card, and that those new data elements we're proposing, including school climate survey, would not be moving forward under this delayed timeline, and there could be other intervening events that would then change things. And so I mean, certainly you all have the capacity to push back and say not 2024, let's do 2025. But I think that because we have alignment on a lot of really good principles, and we've heard a lot of positive feedback, especially on those content pieces, that it would be I don't know that that's the direction that would make the most sense at this time.
Yeah. And I'll just also add that I think that it's important to recognize that the 2023 DC Score Report Card as developed is a really powerful, engaging tool coming off of what were PDFs and stagnant data. So I think what we're talking about here as we move into 2024 is really, using that as the bones as we begin to iterate and add these additional content elements, add these additional format and visual features. But I think thinking about the current website as the bones for how we're going to build these things in, I think should give you some idea of what it could look like.
Well, here's my last ask, and then I'll drop it because I know we got a busy agenda. But two things. One is, when I talk to the advocates, rather than saying accountability score, I think they said something like federal accountability data or something like that. So that's just something maybe you should double back with them on, because I think you're saying accountability score, where when I discussed it with them, they talked about federal accountability data, and maybe there's some wordsmithing they could still go on with that. But for me, like, looking at this, even if we can't get a website that a web designer is putting up, we could get something in Canva or something that's maybe not the actual site that we haven't had to spend a lot of time on, but we can at least kind of see what it's going to look like on something as important as, I'm just going to use the example again of school safety or like that. You could show us, and here's a markup of what this will look like when you search it, on the actual site. And maybe it won't be flawless, but I think that's a kind of an option that's in the middle, where we see it on Canva. We work with advocates who are in this all the time, and they can advise us on, and then we can have a greater comfort level, because there's got to be some in between having a fully fleshed out website versus just voting on a resolution that has a bunch of great benchmarks, but doesn't kind of deliver any guidance on how they'll look on the site. I will work with you more on it. I'm not expecting to solve it tonight.
So this same theme, Andrew, and I think it's the ask is really to help us, right, in our shoes. I think it's quite hard to vote yes on something that we can't see, and so what options we have to find somewhere in the middle, not the full functioning website, but some kind of a mock-up that shows. I mean, it could be a Canva
made image sketched on a napkin, but some kind of image that we can look at that takes the words and helps us visualize it.
And so is there a I'm trying to understand specific, because we showed, for example, some of the score, or accountability score display example. Is that sufficient for that mockup, and you're interested in seeing the comparison tool, like sort of drawn in
I found that,
PowerPoint?
I mean, I think that's, I can't speak on behalf of everyone, but I think it's that what we all interpret texts quite differently as your meetings with us have shown. So in terms of how we actually take the agreed upon visual text descriptions and actually visualize it, I think is that step leads to so much potential miscommunication that I want to make sure that we're actually all voting on the same thing. Yeah.
Sure, and I just want to make sure I'm super clear on how I understand.
Yeah.
So that what you guys are asking for specifically is around the search and comparability features, because we're suggesting one, enhanced navigation features to reduce scrolling, which basically means, as we say, back to top buttons. Two, enhanced search and comparability features. Is that what you are asking for? Three, enhanced language accessibility and contextualization of terms, which is essentially a data dictionary. Like, at least for me, 1 and 3 seem fairly straightforward. So it sounds like maybe just the enhanced search and comparability features is what people want to see a mock-up of. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Ma'am, so,
Okay,
okay.
I think, okay. I'm just going to state some things that are painfully obvious, to me. That I hope can help us a little bit. I know, that also you all have certain constraints around budget and build out and all the things. I also know, that you will probably be hesitant to overcommit understanding what people are asking for. I also understand that what the board is putting on the table is people want to understand what they are voting on. I don't think that people are asking for a full build out of fully functioning report cards. People are asking for some type of beta mock-up of what this will look like. And I can't appreciate you saying 2023 gives you an idea, but 2023 is not necessarily what the report card will look like in 2024, and 2023 actually the bids that be desired. So I don't, I think maybe we can talk about that, how to get there to something that people can see that also aligns with the language, but I don't want to give the impression that we are asking, or that active members asking for a build out of a fully functioning site. That would not be that's not necessarily the step that's helpful here. And I know that we have a meeting with us to talk about the details of like, but I think people are asking for a sense of like, I want to make sure I understand what I'm voting for. And so that, yes, but it's not just a comparison tool. It's not.
Okay, because I definitely hear that sense and want to meet you there. I'm trying to figure out how to get there. And so what I was hearing was searching comparability features, and now you're saying that it's not that. So I mean, we can have continued conversation, but I would say right now I'm a little bit unclear how to meet the need that you were asking.
I want to make sure.
Pick one for each one and have somebody in the office knows how to put together stuff so that we can see what it looks like at X school or search by address function, whatever that is. I think that's what we're talking about. We don't have anything to put our hands on. Okay, and that's not what I'm going to be talking about. I think that's what I'm hearing from everyone. So we got nothing to talk about. We're not going to vote on something we don't know. But we want to see it.
So I'm going to go No, don't go out. I wanna go back to Representative Chang, I don't know if that was his last comment, and then I know Representative Patterson.
I mean, acknowledging the constraints, I don't think we're that far. I mean, I know we have a general sense. I agree. We agree on mostly what we're thinking about. I think it's more of a, we're gonna put our name to it. What more substance can you give us to be able, before we can do that? Would be very
Representative Patterson.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that's been done. From the very outset, I've said I want to work hard and be an indicator of where support is needed, not an indictment on a school. That's been our running theme that I'm going to stay with. Probably years I've done it. And in saying that, I truly appreciate Dr. Henderson for providing example 5, because that speaks more to the thought process of what I would like to, including some of the wording that's at the top of that particular example, where we can improve, as opposed to being something that's indicting the school of what they're not doing or something like that. That language, that tone worked a lot better for me. I do appreciate the move from the wording of summative to accountability. It also fits with ESSA as far as what the law says and things like that, and who we're being accountable to. But it doesn't, summative to me, it has been proven throughout the whole time that we've been doing this engagement. Seems to be a trigger for so many people. So I appreciate that aspect of trying to say, we're trying to be accountable to teachers, to parents, to whomever is going to be using the report card. So I really appreciate that. And then the last thing, not to be a bit forward, but will families be involved in sharing their thoughts on various, say this right, Representative, that UI and UX mock-up, will they have an example at any time to kind of like share their thoughts on it? On the mock-ups? Or are we just gonna say it's coming to us and that's gonna be it, will be the final word? Will there be any other chance for a parent or the users that have any other problem on the actual mock-ups that we're the display as it comes into being, whatever we all decide on the program, will they have a chance before it comes finalized, will they have an opportunity to give their thoughts on?
I think that like user testing and engaging with stakeholders is important, right? Like to make sure that, especially when it comes to like language accessibility, that the language that we are choosing is essentially as you speak people is actually accessible. So I think yes, like there are definitely opportunities for seeking that feedback and talking through. But at what junctures, I don't know. And that was why
I have a couple of on page, unnumbered page, it's survey result score placement.
What page are you?
No, there's no number. It's the one with survey results score. Bottom of the 5th or 6th.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Yeah.
It says top of what?
Top of the school page.
Top of the first page.
So like if you went to Columbia Heights Educational Campus, it would be the first thing that you would see.
So you're saying that the accountability score is going to be on the top of the first page.
So so this is not what we're saying. This is what folks.
I need to know. I mean, for me, I need to know because you know how I feel about the summative score anyway. All right. I don't know what the accountability score represents. I don't know if it has anything to do with growth. I don't know if it has anything to do with a test score or something else. What does it have to do with? What are the components of what the accountability is?
Yeah, so
if it's what's on the next page, where it's the proposed accountability score presentation, the one that you're talking about. Okay, the one in the middle of the graph that says 26% English language proficiency. What does that mean?
So
does that mean that of the number of the 100 students in the school, that 26% of them have proficiency in English language? Does that mean that the other, I'm not good at math, 74% of the school are not proficient in English? Is that from a test? Or is that from the students who are in that building? Is it Cardozo, where there has over 50% of the students who are ELL? I don't understand what that means. And and if it is the school penalized because it has more students for whom English is a second language? Is there accountability score chosen because of that? If a school, we had schools that have like 1% of the students in the school don't speak English. Do they get a good score because of that? So I think this goes to what we're talking about, what this profile is, or how the school, you were talking about bones, all right? And the last thing I was gonna talk about was the skeletal system. Is there a skeletal system for each school to put information in, to send to you so that it can be on the report card? Because a lot of the 2023 school report card is missing a lot of things that would make a profile of a school really whole. So I guess that basically all of the things that I'm remarking on have to do with that kind of thing that I've always wanted. If we're going to have a report card, it's going to report on that school, not on an academic score, but on what happens in that building every day. And what you had up there with the last slide you had up there with all the changes that you're going to add on to it. That's why I was saying, you got the example of what we want to see before we vote on. You have it on that sheet, on that last, wherever we know it is something. Near the end of it. You have that slide? This slide 6-7, yeah. Right there. It's not that one, the one right there. All of those things that are mentioned on that proposed format and visual elements, because you didn't give us any visual elements of anything. And if I'm a parent, I want to see something that I can talk about. You got a lot of, like you would mention about the attendance honor roll badge. Just an example of that on the thing that I think that Representative Anderson was talking, just an example of that on the markup example of what the report card looks like. Would let me know that that doesn't help me just talking about it. I've got to see what it looks like on it. And I'm not even going to talk about I don't think the score should be whatever you call it, the score should be anywhere near the beginning of it. Because if you look at your data here, then the most people looked at the first page and spent 2 minutes and 3 seconds or something on it. All right. And I don't think that score should be on that first page. And I know that the government doesn't say it has to be on the first page. I think it should. I know where the sum of the score is on a 2023 report card. All right. It's not on the first page. It's not on the second page. It's down a ways, and it's got summative score, and it's got a figure, and it has no definition about what the hell a summative score is. All right. So I was almost happy with where it was on that 2023 report card, because you'd have to go into all the deep dive, and you got this thing about the data dictionary about what everything means. All right. Okay, I'll show you.
Can I respond a little bit to that? For one, just to understand where we're suggesting the score goes in terms of placement, even though the highest number of the feedback was right there at the top, we are suggesting we maintain it in the current order, so that it's ordered based upon the accountability measures that are weighted the highest. Those are the ones that the state board, that OSSE, the U.S. Department of Education are said are the most important. It's also aligned with what we've received from public feedback, which is to say academic growth and academic achievement are what we parents and the community has said they want to see the most. So those are the elements that are at the top currently and would remain so. And then the accountability score would go after all the required elements that are incorporated into the accountability score. So that is to say, in elementary schools, you have academic growth, you have academic achievement, and you have student attendance, and you have English language proficiency, then you have early childhood education, and you have enrollment, then you would have the accountability. So it would not be at the top, which is, I know I've heard our public data didn't necessarily reflect that, but I've heard that a lot from engagement with the state board that you did not want it there. And so we are aligning with you on that. On the access piece, I know you were, or rather on the English language piece, I know you were asking about this. I'm going to clarify that those categories are based upon what the state board approved in the accountability system and what the U.S. Department of Education approved in the accountability system. So when we're talking about English language proficiency, we're only speaking to those related to the access language. So we're only speaking to students whose language is not, who are not native English speakers. So that is that measure. So it would not in any way harm a school that would have a larger proportion of students, for example. So I did want to clarify those two pieces. I know there's more general feedback, and I definitely appreciate that. I think
the only thing that I, as a teacher, argue about is what does academic growth mean? And it used to mean when the report card full and stars was in it and everything, real academic growth had to do with just the part test. All right. It didn't have anything to do with what my students did. All right, because I taught seniors, they didn't take the part test. But the school was judged by the academic growth of the 10th grade, by the part test. That's not how you should judge a school, by a standardized test. By a standardized test, A+. I don't think academic growth can be judged by a standardized test. That's just how I feel.
I know. Smaller, maybe like a smaller question that I just want to make sure I'm clear on. And a lot of the, I don't know what to call it, the qualitative feedback, use the word contextualize, but I'm not necessarily sure people need the same thing by contextualize. So like that graphic, where I swear to heard of college all the things. I get that comparison point. I don't know if that necessarily captures what people mean by contextualize though. So I have some concerns about that. Like I think the way we've been hearing contextualize is more of like give us a sense of what this means for the not just in comparison to total for the other schools, but like the hover around the drop down sign, what language we use, how this fits into the formula, like those things. Because I don't want to assume that contextualized means exactly what you all did there. If that makes sense. That seemed like a very limited presentation of what it could mean to contextualize a school.
Yeah, I think that we were thinking about contextualization in a couple ways. One is the contextualization against district norms, or how it's presented at if I get a score of 46%, then that's higher than 54% of other schools. That's one aspect of contextualization. The other aspect of contextualization was explaining what goes into that score. I think we want to be again transparent about what makes up that score. That's one thing that we heard in the feedback, and so we in the language there below the score we list those different those elements and then link to a more fulsome explanation that goes into the weeds of, for those individuals that want to read in detail, and then the sort of bringing in the element for example 5 was sort of showing the breakdown, I think, as additional contextualization, but have heard from Representative Henderson and others about the interest in weights, for example, being incorporated into that, and I think we can make that as part of that contextualization for that lower sort of part 5. So that is not to say that this is again a finalized, perfected example, and I think that the data dictionary element also sort of goes to what you were saying, is sort of hovering around it to explain what things mean. That is also part of that contextualization.
I think I appreciate that. I was looking just for the acknowledgement that contextualization, we've heard it a lot more broadly than kind of like how it was tonight, and where those things will show up. It sounds like people align on some type of data filled out with some reasonable things. So we can actually get it going to February. I don't think there's a version of the world that is like, we need 11 months of work to get, and so I just want to get to a place that is reasonable. I'm not asking you to say exactly what that looks like tonight, but I want to be clear that there's an opportunity there that we can work to create. I also just have questions around this proposed format and visual elements. You said a couple of times that not all of these will be available immediately. I think it would be helpful to have clarity around the timeline for which things will be available immediately, and then which things will be later features to come. It's like how you're forecasting that out.
I think one, I think the implementation of the equity tokens package, that's something that we in the 2020.
When this was the first, maybe I'm surprised because it might not be new, it could just be new to me, but like the equity tokens package.
It is new, you're not mistaken.
Oh,
I think that this is in response to public feedback that we have heard where there was concern that the accountability score did not capture the fulsome ways that schools existed. And so we heard this in a bunch of different ways. And so how can we provide additional contextualization or information that really reward schools for doing right within their individual context. And so you may have a school that gets 100% of schools that complete the science of reading training for their educators, which I know Che has been a big champion for. And so even if that school then does not have the highest necessarily assessment scores to Vice President O'Leary's point, it can still add that benefit that the parents can recognize, oh, but all the teachers are trained in this really vehicle. And so it's just to add a way to recognize successes that exist beyond that school.
So it doesn't, is it fair to assume that there's a list of these things that are aligned to the accountability framework which you're proposing? Or like how do we know what the possibilities are for this and what might show up on the report card?
So on the next slide, on slide 17, we sort of put forward the proposed language here is that OSSI shall obtain stakeholder feedback to implement this. So we don't know right now. We haven't done enough engagement with LEAs, with you all, with the public on what those values should be. So we are not saying that this is this is ready yet. We're saying that we need to obtain additional stakeholder feedback to move forward with that element.
But is that something that, are you asking us to do? I guess is the assumption here that something has to go on its own and then like it's going to show up on a report card, it will come back to us. Like I'm actually very, like I feel very surprised by this. And I'm not sure what parts I'm assuming, and I mean, and I get, and I think this gets back to the point of like, it's actually different than we need to see certain things, it is actually just like how specific community I wish to be, and then just like managing expectations for like what the board, is asking to see. And maybe you all don't have a fully, and maybe you want to get back to me on some of the answers around like how you envision this rolling out but. I want to recognize this feels like a bit of a black box to me.
That's fair. It is new. We were again trying to think of creatively how to respond to some of that public feedback about making sure that we are lifting up all our schools and recognizing the greatness that exists within all of our schools. But are not suggesting that this is something implementable yet, like on this 2024 report card, but really are interested in exploring this further, doing more stakeholder engagement on this topic. So that is what we are recommending through the language, and but we can refine that language, work with you on that.
I don't have anything else that is more immediate or to add that people haven't. Did you have anything else on that stuff?
No.
It's okay. We went to
Of course, I want to thank the members for their questions and comments and engagement. I want to thank Austin for their team partnership on the report card. We, of course, have more work to do together. I'm assuming people need a break. I need a break. It is 7:30. Let's take a break. Let's give it 10 minutes. We're not ever bring back at 5. So we won't wait for that.
Yeah, but too.
Yeah.
Next agenda item on our next agenda item is a check-in with our school community and wellbeing committee. This time will replace our regular committee report and offer the full board insight into the committee's goals, work plan progress, and preliminary plans for 2024. I am turning over the next 15 minutes to Representative Best, Chair of the School Community and Wellbeing Committee. Representative Best.
Thank you. And for the sake of time, we're just gonna make sure we hit some of our key points. So in our last meeting, it kind of included a lot of the work that we were doing. We finalized the definition of safety. Excuse me, I have to go back and get that. We had met with our SAC, and they provided us with some solid feedback. The state, which came up with the state of being or feeling physically and mentally protected from immediate or potential harms. We also discussed in our, I'm sorry, you want instead of our committee meeting, you want the report out of, I'm sorry. Because I was basically giving the committee notes.
I'm not looking for the committee report.
Okay.
This is the time to talk about the work plan. The work plan out of it.
Can you come back to us? I was prepared for the committee report.
I'm not, I guess I will come back to you. All right, so I'm going to, sounds like we're switching, and I'm going to Representative Patterson Williams to go to the state level and sustain policy committee to provide updates for your discussion with members. Are we ready?
Sure. So yeah, we have a variety of things, some smaller projects and then some larger ones. There are two resolutions before the board tonight that came out of the committee. One following up on parental leave request that it came to the board from a Czech teacher. And then one on a high school voter registration contest. We can get to kind of the specifics of that later on, but that's something that is like an individual item that we want to see move forward that had support. We also did talk about supporting the work moving forward in whatever capacity is necessary for the AI work that Representative Best had started. And then also trying to see where the council is at on some of the recent hearings around truancy. And also around the retention issue. So we don't have anything specific on those items at this moment, but those were the two main buckets of work that we had discussed in our last meeting moving forward.
We also just add to what Representative said is that we also wanted to make sure that we follow the same process as far as what sometimes the committee, we're talking about the four parties at any point, that they're typically make sure that it's like maybe, you know, the whole, we want to make sure.
Okay, is there anything that from your work plans that you have created that like you're taking off, that's like, we thought we were going to do this, we're not doing this, or like with the teacher retention work? Want to get feedback from the board on for the first quarter, when you have a sense of like what the work might be?
Let's talk about adding the AI.
Yeah. I am curious just what other members feel like based on seeing the hearings and the citywide discussion and where we're at. So, I mean, I've only been on the board for a year now, but some of y'all have been on for much longer. And it feels to me like the work around retention from the council's perspective has stalled. Like, there have been particular things that were passed in legislation last year that helped with data transparency around recording who's teaching, how much experience, when and why are teachers leaving. And we only even have that data reported for the charter sector or for the DCBS. We don't have a requirement citywide to gather the data around why teachers are leaving in the charter sector, which as a charter school teacher myself, I find very problematic because we should have that information for both sectors. But to your point, No, we do not have a particular action item yet. We're kind of in a wait and see mode, to try and be responsive, to that. There was something that was brought up, I believe, at the December public meeting in which one of the teachers had asked the board to kind of survey, take the leadership role in surveying teachers to kind of get a pulse check around working conditions and turnover. We didn't talk about that explicitly during the meeting, but that would be something that could fall into our purview. Yeah.
There was a hearing on teacher retention in the last couple of months. I testified at it.
Mhm.
And, so the councils, they haven't stopped working on it. Seemed to me that truancy and attendance sort of supplanted it after that meeting. Because they had 2 hearings on truancy and attendance.
Mhm.
And they didn't have a meeting with the government witnesses for teacher retention this time.
Right.
So it's not completely hidden.
I think we're in a kind of figuring out mode as to how we fit in with the broader conversation. Before we can recommend a more particular action item in our work plan, because we don't know what would be most impactful at the moment, at least I don't. And we still have financial literacy standards and the social emotional literacy standards, which we briefly talked about, but are waiting to hear more from Aussie before we kind of move forward with how we support that work.
Would it be helpful? I guess what would be helpful in helping you all to kind of like sketch out like what you're into? So like with so like if we're like with the so like if I ask like in let's say February, it's for the January. If I asked you like in February, what does the committee want the board to do around financial literacy? Like, sketch that out, like if it's, you know, in addition to like, Aussie will come present to us, like there's the work that happens in between, like, you know what I mean? Like, and maybe we should set up a committee of, maybe we should set up a meeting with the chairs to talk about like some formatting or something, but like, I guess I'm trying to get to like what is helpful so people know like what's coming down the pipe and like we can help as a board think through what work is being done.
I think what would be helpful for me would be just more like a menu of options, like that people can, I mean, this is a working meeting, right? So like other people also throwing in suggestions. I mean, we've had a panel on the financial literacy standards and like and we've reviewed the draft and then submitted some feedback and we're able to propose some recommendations based on the draft standards. So I don't know if it's just having other members review those recommendations or also presenting options that they would feel confident knowing that the standards are kind of progressing, or if we need to have particular communication with Aussie as to on top of the recommendations as to what we're hoping to see before we get updated information.
To get to your question, I think I'm understanding. What needs to happen is we need to make sure that we are getting the marks and tell you exactly, okay, what we're going to be, what this particular thing is coming out of our meeting, and this is the support we need for the things that are coming, going to come out of that meeting. Now, that one, and so that's where we're at. That work has actually been in that sense, that actually kind of, we know what we want, we know what those subject matters are, but we have not worked out the schedule of when they're going to do that, how that aligns with other work, so that you will know what you're doing.
And I think for me, how this would be particularly for the committee work, helpful to the staff is that there was a lot of work built in at the beginning of last year on work plans. So I have like, are we still in line? Do those still make sense? Because circumstances have changed, different things have come up. Does it make sense to modify those now in light of new information? Like, has there been an analysis? Well, based on what we've experienced this half year, this might not even be possible because X, Y, and Z reasons. I think that type of analysis of the work plans that you all did spend time creating with staff would be helpful so that we can know how best, because right now it's like we see the adding of new things, but no analysis of like, okay, this is how we're going to move this off, or we're gonna pause on this. But like, if we're gonna go all in, for example, on teacher retention, or if we're gonna go all in on like a huge safety report still, if that's still the goal, like, so that we know even from a budgetary perspective, like, we need to find researchers to do the work or survey things. And to letting us know this now, because we are already 1/4 of the fiscal year done. So we're starting Q2 of the fiscal year now. And like after a certain point, it's gonna be hard for us to commit to putting out procurements and FRPs and those kinds of things. And so we just wanna make sure that we can be realistic with the turnaround time on things. So if you all can analyze those plans and just, if it's more important to be really impactful on 2 or 3 things versus 8 things, we are fine with that. It's really whatever, we really just want you all to sit down and think about it with your committees, and we have thoughtful conversations so that we can help you get across the finish line what's most important to you all and the way you want it.
I think that's fair. Eric?
Yeah, just to add to it as a committee member, and I want to credit our Ward 2 rep, Representative Chang, for this point, was the truancy crisis. I think is one of the biggest things we can do. It's a state level issue. And I really like the point he made at our last meeting about that is in our wheelhouse, like curriculum, making an engaging curriculum that keeps students, from being truant is something that actually is in our wheelhouse. Maybe we would have to not be able to propose it directly, but we could really work closely with OSSI on it. I think a lot of the other things are things we can propose a resolution on, the state resolution, but it's advisory. Like on teacher retention right now, we're just trying to get the chancellor to actually meet with the union, get a contract in place, even though it's expired. Like, so we're like at the starting line of that. But I feel like the work we could do on truancy would be really impactful if we could talk to students, find out what would keep them engaged and coming to school. And that's something that we could actually do. I think a project here that's directly under our statutory purview. So I didn't want to take credit for your idea on this, but I thought it was a really good point at the last meeting. And I think it's something that we should really take up this time around. And that would, I think, include revising the work plan and maybe taking some other things off.
And that was the point that I was gonna make, is that you guys receive that, but you also wanna know how that fits into the current work plan and what the substitutes, how that fits into that work plan. So yes, and to what you're saying. So yes, that can happen, but at what expense and how's that gonna work with the work plan? So we'll get back on that.
And I can commit that we have our next committee meeting scheduled for 2 weeks from now. To kind of think about it more granularly on a timeline, so that in the February meeting, we're looking at that on like a month by month basis. So that we can kind of divide our resources and time more particularly.
But we may widen that a little bit more than just a month.
Yep.
Yes.
And I will offer, before we go back to the other committee, it also like, if we know what work the board has to do, in addition to being able to help with like the allocation of resources, so like it does take time to like say, okay, we're gonna procure this, and we were like, we want to report, we need to procure somebody to do that, or whatever it is. If we never designed as a board, this is a friendly reminder, we never designed the committee, these are ad hoc committees. So if we know as a board, like, and I'm gonna make up some stuff because nothing has been decided, that we say, we wanna keep focusing on teacher retention, we wanna take on some vacation and stuff around truancy. We wanna, we know we have to do financial literacy. We know we still wanna do the safety report, and then there's like a fifth thing that we definitely wanna do. And SEL is coming down the pipe. And we wanna have an AI working group. And those are the things, it actually might benefit us to reorganize ourselves to get those things done, depending on what work needs to be done so that it's not like lopsided, because there was a lot of work that lived in that was like mandatory work that lived in this particular committee this year, right? Around like financial literacy got put on play, but also like new school report card stuff was coming. If we have a sense of like, at least what the next couple of quarters look like and what board members want to do, then it also might benefit ourselves to reorganize. Like AI was not something we had discussed. And then was like referred to you all's committee because it fits in you all's committee. But you all may not have the bandwidth to do that as a figure, and Representative Best may want to be involved. I'm just putting things on the table to think about. Representative Reed.
Yeah, I'm wondering, but it makes sense if like we identified the goals and then maybe staff flesh out the work plan. It's like we get held up on the development of the work plan and we're not able to like move the work. And it seems like also the staff have a better knowledge base of like what are all the things the agency has to do. So I'm just kind of curious of what if like members develop like, or committees develop like just a goal. Like it seems like you're trying to tick off certain things and then the staff flesh out like, here's some of the steps, and you get to see like, and we gotta do a budget letter, we gotta do this and that, and then we can see what the goals. And I'm not trying to like go on your plate, but it seems like we get stuck on doing the steps and we don't do it.
I'm always smiling because that was the key part of the tree, was to have those committees to goals. That's what NASB came and presented to us about that. It would be a helpful way for the committees to structure their work. So that they could be more like, so there is a like, if it's a goal, one or two, you know, but you decide that, then they can structure that work. Then you could do that what you just said. That's why I was smiling because that came up as a tree.
I just know as a former committee chair, I was terrible, but like I know we like wanted to do certain things, but that whole fleshing out the plan and then not knowing what another thing, especially with the old structure, because it was like advocacy issue, so it's always the issue. But like that way we can kind of like focus on just like where these goals, get them flushed out and then just have a plan and get it in place. So that's a cool thing.
I mean, this, so ideally, yes, the staff will support it, but I think we're asking like, what are your goals? Have they changed, right? Like, and so we need a firm decision about what the goals are and what is what may no longer be a priority. And like that work has to be left to the board so then they can support us. And if it's helpful to like create, like, I don't mind creating a template for people to fill it in, because we tried to write out the expectations and people confirm receipt and said, yes, this makes sense. But maybe it's helpful to fill out a template for people to put that in. So it can be a more productive report out. Like I'm happy to do that.
At the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this year we were able to come up with an operationalized definition of student safety. We had the school safety panel, of course, we built the Cedar Safe Schools resolution, and then the mental health PD panel. A couple things that we did not get to yet that we wanted to get to. We did say that we were going to have some type of discussion on the SROs, like a webinar. That was something that we have. The restorative justice panel or roundtable. Mental health supports for non-crisis students. And as well as creating the state of student safety and mental health report for us. So those are the things that we wanted to do, and those are some of the things that we've done.
Is there anything that you all are like, we are no longer doing? That you all had initially said like might have been important?
Safety.
Yeah, we did take the report off. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The safety report?
Yeah, I think we did take it off. Yeah. So we did take the safety report off.
But that's something you all still would want to do.
I think that it's something that we would still definitely consider doing.
So we'll create some follow-up and kind of build it out better and help people. Okay.
And so I don't believe that there are two separate recommendations from the state level committee, two members, like that you all talked about at your meeting, so there's two members. One on financial literacy recommendations and the other on report card recommendations that the committee shared out with the rest of the board. So that those were in your materials, but those were a summary of the discussions that the committee had, the state level committee had at their last meeting to bring back to the full board before anything goes out. So those are in there. I know this was the time we want to discuss this as we move on to the other committees.
So with whom should we share feedback? Here.
The committee voted to approve moving these out of committee to bring it to the full board, so.
It's technically
This is
full
when
board work now.
the rest of the board can provide feedback before finalized version of recommendations of second copy.
We can remind people of the deadlines that is for feedback.
We do not, but the public comment period for financial was on the 10th, so I would assume before that.
Oh, yeah, so I said deadline. So if you could have any feedback on financial literacy to Kathleen by noon on the 8th, so that she has time to incorporate them. Any feedback on the recommendations regarding the report card, if you could have those back by the 16th. To Kathleen.
Now, do we have to restate what we just told them?
Well, the committee made a set of recommendations.
Oh,
And so that's the committee's recommendation to the full board.
Oh, we're responding to the committee.
Exactly,
Oh, okay.
recommendation.
Cool, okay.
We're responding to what they have typed up, shared with them, that were shared out. Yeah, so it's not the information necessarily, but what the committee is put forth. Right.
Committee developed those before we shared the slides, so there are things that may or may not align with things that they recommended. If you can like say you want to follow through on some of those or not, or respond to like the related suggestions.
They shared some data with us, but they didn't share as much as they shared with us tonight. So we based it on what we had at that particular conference. We received like a day before our meeting. And they went on recess at the same time. So we were trying to crunch a lot of stuff into what they gave us into.
And so you haven't sent that letter to us.
No, that was a letter just on us.
No, it's just.
They didn't get we just gave them a letter.
No, we get them, I don't want any, I know he's being facetious, but I really don't want anybody to be confused, because it's really important. So the committee developed a write-up for the members. We're asking members to give feedback, and there might be things that we shared tonight that also should be in there, because then once the members weigh in as a whole, we will send it to OSI. This will be very important for us, also aligning on the language in the resolution.
Right.
Because the committee did a really good job of writing up like much of the recommendations, much of the feedback, all the different things. So I'm sarcasm is actually a form of extreme intelligence. I want no one to be confused that there was no letter sent to OSI about this. Yes.
Never resolved extremely.
It's public.
It's
public.
What?
It's like a draft, it's not, yeah, but it's addressed to the board.
Right.
From the committee.
Right.
It's not a secret. Members of the public can also see it. So if you get feedback from people saying, I like this, or I hate this, or whatever, please also take that into account. And we will take that into account, but it is.
Can I ask something for clarification purposes?
Yes.
So, I know, Representative Williams also had shared, that the committee had agreed to move forward some of the AI work. And so I just want to, make sure that, like, as we were talking about the setting up there, establishing a potential task force, that is also like, that's checked off. So just making sure that like the next steps are like, from here, what would those next steps be to establish that if it's already been approved by the committee?
So I think this goes back to the previous discussion.
In the work plan.
That would, like, ideally, all of that, we will, and this is why I was like, maybe people need to template, because, I do hear goals. But the steps are missing. And then the like prioritization is missing.
So that it can be figured out. I get
Yes.
that. Okay. So that would be part of our work plan, our readjusted work plan that you're gonna give us a template.
Yes,
And we will put it in there and then make those adjustments.
they have not
But-
been adjusted
right.
yet, but
So
they is
that's
on
been
their
adjusted,
radar.
that you add that. Okay. That new approval for AI.
Thank you.
And then, I think in terms of work, so she's helpful. I'm sorry. The deadline to get the report card stuff to Kathleen is the 16th, because the 15th is a holiday. So that we can get something out to us by that Friday, the 19th. So just wanted to put that on the table. So any additional feedback you have with what you maybe shared out, if you could send that, to the board, we'll make sure that Kathleen and I are on that. That would be great.
Reading is the 17th, so it won't be part of anything else.
Our public meeting?
Right. Yeah, but we don't, no one's presenting to us. There's no resolution or anything about that. I mean, it's the,
Correct.
but we just want to give them a couple weeks if there are additional changes from you all that they want to present on the February working session.
For those things to be
That's what I want.
incorporated in.
Yeah, so they will send it to them by the 19th.
So next time we would hear from them, from all the stuff that you give them, would be the working meeting.
Unless they send it. on
Unless they
comment.
send, right, unless they send us something sooner. So the goal is for us to, for Denise to set in this deadline, so we can send it to them. We send it to them. We will also, we may there may actually be some iterations between then and the working session. But definitely by the working session, there should be updates and alignment, because they also need to like prepare material to send it to us before and after that. So we want to make sure that the board looks at the recommendations, incorporates its feedback, and we're able to get that out with us in a timely fashion to keep the train moving between now. Right, thank you all. I have some homework, other people have homework. We'll get our homework done. In the interim, we will move on, to standing operating procedures. The next item on our agenda is a presentation from our bylaws and standard operating procedures working group on the draft standard operating procedures. I will turn over the next 10 minutes of our agenda to Executive Director Butler.
Yeah. Hi, thank you all so much. And so first, I have a couple of shout outs. One is to Layla, I don't know if you're in, raise your hand. This is our wonderful student from Howard, who has produced our first ever draft of the board standard operating procedure. Under a very important and so I want you all to know that she's very good. She took stuff that was in our head that wasn't written down and was able to produce what you have in front of us for us to edit and look at. So we want to point out a couple of things in the document, the draft that you have. There's a table of contents. This table of contents came directly from the members. The things that you all said you needed clarification, you need to understand the process of. We went back and we put them into this format. So I made a note that I feel like this list is not alphabetical. Like that'll be one of the edits that we go back and make. But if there are things that you feel are still missing from this list that you need clarity on, please, that's a part of the point of comment and feedback. This is a draft, so none of these are final. I recommend that you all read this alongside the bylaws, because no one provided any feedback of the bylaws that were presented at the December meeting. So we are assuming that those are final and that we'll prepare them for the votes in February. And so now with the bylaws finished, this is the partner document that helps explain some of the things that you all need a standard operating procedure. So if something doesn't make sense, we sent you a version where you can make edits on SharePoint using the comment function. And that way we can make sure to incorporate your feedback. If you want something changed, so again, this doesn't exist, this is not real yet. And this is really the time to make edits and changes and suggestions. So if you want a new step added, or this particular step is unclear, you don't like it, there are forms already linked. So she created the forms. So everything where it says SBOE confidential reporting form, if you click on that, it will take you to the actual form. So these things are already hyperlinked in the document. Even where it says direct constituent engagement fund, like, so the DC Office of Procurement, it takes you directly to rules and regulations. And so the meeting planning link, there is again, whatever is linked is a live document for you to see. And the goal is that we will keep this updated, once it is approved with all the appropriate links, even as they change from DC government.
Just for everyone's edification, we have no SOP. There's never been a standard procedure for the board. So this is a brand new document. But it's very important to have that kind of a document in an organization. I don't know how it existed for that long. So like Renee said, you need to sort of read it along with the bylaws next to you, so you can fill in the blanks.
And the goal for us, if we have any changes or feedback, if you give that back, to me, today, by, January 19th, that would be perfect, so that we have time to meet again with the working group, and make any updates and changes before we present final versions of this and the bylaws at the February meeting. Are there any questions about the standard?
So we can do comments in the SharePoint.
Yeah, so in the link that was shared, via email, you can comment directly on that.
So either through that form, in that format, or the form.
I'm sorry, I should be very clear. That was two different ways. So if you have feedback, you can comment directly into the document if you would like. Okay. So you can do, there's track changes, there's comments. Okay. And I would say if you're doing a comment, just put your name, because sometimes it is just recognize you as a guest. So I would say put your name, dash, whatever your comment is. But if for whatever reason you are unable to do that, or you are more comfortable just sending feedback via email, you can also use that route. But by close of business on the 19th, we will check the document, whatever's in the document on the 19th, and we will check the email. So we will pull all of those and then incorporate those into any edits that we take back to the working group. And just so you know, the working group is Representative Henderson, Representative Best, Representative Vice President, myself, and Darren.
Does the working group have a date for the next meeting?
We're actually meeting on the 12th already.
Of February.
Of January.
Of January.
Yeah.
Okay, so there could be changes between the 12th and the 19th that aren't included here now.
So we wouldn't change what you're looking at. So we could possibly change our meeting of that, because I know we just had to set meeting up, just standardize them.
Okay.
So we could just make our next meeting after the 19th.
I'm okay with the other way. I'm just trying to get the context.
Yeah. But I can touch base with the working group, whatever works best. So if it didn't work for us to meet on, I think, the next day, it's the 21st, then we can meet on the week of the 21st. There's still 2 weeks before the February work session, where it's the finalize any changes you have. And I will say that they were very thoughtful. It's just very meaningful to make sure we got incorporated you all's thoughts into what this list should be and what should go in here. So thank you all for everyone recommending something.
Questions, comments? Thanks, praise. I'm really good, thanks and praise. This didn't just come out of here. So thank you all very much for all the work you've done to get up to this point. Very good. All right. Committee reports. We do still have some committees that you have to report out. Each committee chair has at most 3 minutes to share, followed by 2 minutes of the question, starting in that.
You have a copy of our report. I'm gonna read a little bit and then I'm gonna let, Bernice fill in the blank about the ombudsman search. I want to upfront though encourage everyone on the board to please be a member of the search committee. Especially once we've gotten down to the three finalists. We'd like everyone to be there for the interview. So we now have 21 candidates who were offered initial interviews. Hiring timeline began today, and it's through next Friday, right? And then we'll be interviewing the finalists no later than February the 9th. We'll be meeting with Chairman Mendelson tomorrow. We've already submitted an agenda. We'll give you a report back about what happened with our meeting with the chairman. And Bernice, is there anything else? I think we have you could just explain about the requirements and why we lost a couple of candidates.
So, we should start off by saying there were a total of 45 candidates. After we narrowed down the pool, we got to 21. And so we extended the invitation to those 21 candidates to come from initial phone video training interview with 3 people. And so far we've had 2 people step aside because one of the things we sent in the email to remind people that there is a residency requirement. So we just wanted to resurface that for people, even though it wasn't the job announcement, that if you work at the DC State Board, you are required to live in the district. And if you do not currently live in the district, you have 180 days to establish residency in the district. And so we had a number of applicants, some which were out of state, across the country, neighboring jurisdictions. And so we just wanted to make sure that we highlighted that, and then they called a couple of people to self-withdraw from the contract.
So can I make a request for things to be asked of the chairman in your meeting?
Yes.
So I'm curious if, well, 2 things. One, if you would ask for the idea, which I had submitted in my testimony, but did not hear back from him, and have been communicating with some of his aides around the idea of a task force for impact and just where he's at on that. I know that the conversation is centered mostly on the contract with the WTU. But I think that we know that one of the major drivers of teachers leaving the classroom is the punitive evaluation system. So just seeing if he's willing to move on that and, what his reticence might be, would be useful. And then 2, based on the oversight hearings with truancy, what are his thoughts on, there was some back and forth around the 2 agencies taking on different roles, whether it be like elementary school students or high school students, and mandating that they do more because DCBS isn't doing much after they identify that someone's been absent for 5 or 10 days. So seeing what the status of that work is so that our committee can kind of know how to move forward with the truancy work. Thank you.
While we're on the subject of questions, the biggest concern I have with the chairman in the last budget cycle, there's a number of concerns, but was the disrespectful way that he treated the public during the hearings, where you had all of the public testimony crammed onto a single day for both performance oversight and budget oversight. The only time it ever been done that way, and then they all put all the agencies on one day too. So what typically was, about anywhere from 4 to 6 days of hearings for each, so about 12 days total got crammed into 4 days. I mean, it was a total disaster. You had witnesses dropping off. I mean, we probably lost over half the witnesses by the end of a 400 witness list. So I mean, it was literally the most disrespectful thing I'd ever seen a council member do to the public. So maybe just inquiring about what he plans to do about that this time around, because it was really beyond the pale of anything I've seen. Right, I don't know whether he'll do this or not also, but the Schools First in Budgeting Act, I mean, I continue to believe is not a valid law. I don't think the mayor will follow it again. I mean, they sent Brian Schwab a request to look at the SNAP legislation. Schwab found it legally sufficient. I think it's very telling they haven't bothered to send the Schools First in Budgeting Act to the AG to review it, because I think there's no question it's not legal and it won't be upheld. So I guess, I'm just worried about my LSATs, my community being confused by that law again this year. And I don't know if you want to inquire at all. I'll do so myself if necessary. If he plans to actually ask the AG for a legal opinion on that, so we can finally get to some finality about whether it's a valid law or it's not. Because I do think the worst case scenario is the mayor ignores it, and then people are expecting it, and those school budgets are coming out February 11th. So those would be my two requests.
Anything else from admin?
Nope, that's it.
All right, next, we have student advisory.
So our last committee meeting was December 11th. We heard from the school community and well-being committee on their finalized definition of safety based off of our responses and feedback following our November meeting and their student survey. We then we then heard from OSFI on their first draft financial literacy standards. And then we heard from Representative Boulay on his supporting universal out of school programming resolution. And the SAC was a unanimous favor of both the resolution and the first draft of the financial literacy standards. And we'll be hearing more from OSFI at our next meeting, January 8th, on another more finalized draft of those financial literacy standards. And we'll also hear from the Office of the DME on the safety presentation that we did tonight as well. And then lastly, we'll go over 3 of the resolutions that are up for new business today. SR 24-2-4, recommending the creation of the citywide high school voter registration contest, the calling for a new medium for schools, and the recommending a change to student attendance policy.
Thank you, Representative Washington. This is the housekeeping note that we need to make sure that our elected members who are responsible for said resolutions have a plan of presenting to the SAC at the meeting. It is part, that way they can have their opinions developed before us. So housekeeping item as a note. Are there other questions for the SAC?
Yeah, I've got a question. How many students showed up at your last meeting?
The last meeting, 25.
And how many are on the committee?
I want to say like 40. Yeah, 40-ish.
It's honestly, it's not the same people showing up every time. Like people, most people on the committee show up at some point. Yeah.
And the meeting is next Monday.
You all should already have a calendar invite, by the way, for all the SAC for your request.
For our notes, can you just repeat what you mentioned from the report about Fossey returning to the January meeting?
OSFI is going to go to the January SAC meeting to present an updated draft of the financial literacy standards.
Oh.
Question of that. If I didn't present any updates tonight, financial literacy, so they're gonna start with the second, which is fine, but.
I think they presented the standards that are open for public comment to the SAC last month, and the SAC gave them feedback. And so they're gonna come back and share how they implement the SAC or do not implement the SAC feedback.
Based on their feedback. Okay, got it.
Because they presented what is now currently open for public comment to the SAC already.
Okay.
All right, going once, going twice, questions, comments, or ethics. All right, thank you all. Do we have any external committee reports this evening? Mine are both from NASB external committees, and they are on hiatus. And so I do not have an update with my external committees. If anyone, if not, that's fine. Now, we are moving on to new business. I want to ask members, if there is anything else for the following list: SBOE annual report review, truancy and absenteeism, extending the appointment of the interim ombudsman for public education, recommending the creation of a citywide high school voter registration contest at SR. And I'm sorry, same thing for the extending the appointment of the interim ombudsman at SR. We're recommending a change to the student fraternity policy of the SR, and then any leadership election candidates. Is there anything else? Yes, calling for Brandon Deal for schools as a SR. Is there anything else that needs to be in the business this evening? Yes, no. That's a pretty healthy list. All right, so we will proceed with the list we have. Annual report. I believe I'm coming to Jen and Malio.
Yes, correct. Thank you, President Thompson. Hello, members. Good evening. Sorry for my congested voice, but we'll be brief. We are here to talk about the annual report, which many of you are familiar with, but just really wanted to provide you with some highlights on the next slide, mainly the content overview, timeline, and what we need from you and when. So you can see the content overview here. These are just some examples of the content that we typically feature in the annual report. As Director Butler was saying at the beginning of the meeting, it's really meant to highlight everything we've done in the year 2023. Reports, publications, committee work, presentations, conferences, public engagement. Again, a lot more than this, but those are just some of the examples. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into the timeline and key dates. So right now, between January 2nd and the 24th, those of us on the staff are starting to draft that content, summarizing some of those things in the content that I just mentioned. Of course, we want and will accept your feedback on all of the sections because this is your annual report, and want to make sure any changes, additions, things that you think shouldn't be in there, what's missing, etc., are all applied. And as always, it's a collaborative process that we're doing together. For example, for your committees, a lot of the things that you all discussed this evening, please work with the staff lead on your for your committee to make sure that that is all captured in the write-up for your respective committees. And then we're spending the next several weeks starting to draft that content. Between January 24th and February 2nd, that's when we will share with you the draft, just as text, and ask for member review and feedback. We'll let you know if there are any changes, but I don't anticipate any. And then from there, we'll start incorporating the feedback. And from here, I'll turn it over to Milano to talk about the back part of the timeline, as well as everyone's favorite part, the pictures.
So from February 2nd to the 21st is when we will finalize your feedback. We're working with a vendor who's designing the report this year. So it's important that all of your feedback is captured by the 2nd so that we have time to do final edits and turn it over to the vendor, who will turn it back to us at the latest February 2nd, 21st, sorry. And then at the February public meeting, you all are going to vote to adopt it. If that passes, then on the 22nd of February is when it will be published on our site and to our partners and our widely. So what we need from you, I know in previous years we used to email pictures and do things the hard way. So this year we're going to try something different. All the pictures that you have from your events, from the NAX games, from your own outreach, from EdFest, from all the things that we've done, we have created a SharePoint folder and we will send out a link for that. So all you're gonna do is click on the link or those courses. Make it really easy for everybody. So the deadline for that is January 16th. All the photos, it could just be you, it could be us as a group, it could be anything that's on your phone, on your social media, anything like that, that's not camera related. You can send it to us without the SharePoint and we will go ahead and look like that and do the annual report. So are there any questions?
Question, previously you would take pictures from our social media. Is that option still available?
No.
It's not.
I
just feel like, I mean, the
Why not?
comms team can come.
Yeah, the comms is really slim, so, no, really, we don't have the bandwidth to do that, and I don't want to. If you have a favorite picture from it, and so us choosing it for you is not the best route, so.
You all did great, but okay.
And I should say, the person who had the building and design of our report was Kate. She is no longer on our staff, so she usually did all of that part, and so we are.
I was even pre-K and still.
Sure. Other questions, comments about the annual report?
And if for whatever reason, if you have feedback on the timeline, I mean, it is the annual report of 2023, so it's clearly reflected. So if for whatever reason you feel like this needs to be voted on in March and not February, like, hopefully not, but we just want you to feel free to share any thoughts that you may have.
Yeah, get it out before the year gets too far away from us.
And it would help us to, as we're going into performance oversight, to have this done here. With council also. We typically include our annual report as well as the SBOE, I mean, the ombudsman and the OSA reports in as part of our council oversight. So, if there are no other, what, did you have something?
There's not like a specific staff person for your external committees, but I'm writing the external committees section. So if there's anything from any of the committees that you were appointed to outside of the state board, if you would like to highlight from the past year, please send that information.
Thank you, that's helpful. Let's see, and absenteeism. So we are having a panel at our public meeting in January about truancy and absenteeism. I know not everybody on the board was on the board at the time that we did our panel around the first panel around the school safety recommendations. The purpose of this panel is actually very similar to the school safety, which we have identified panelists that have some solid either like solutions or bright spots around truancy now to be able to put in one place a starting point for recommendations. That could lead to other things the board should or would do around truancy, like if you with the committee suggested to go into engaging curriculum. Some of if there are particular bright spots that you know of and would like to highlight either for the panel or that we should be sharing with staff in preparation for writing a resolution with recommendations, please let us know. So for example, when Representative Chang raised the idea of like how can we engage students, we had already been talking to Dan, our chief student advocate, we have interns who are actually Dunbar students
And he was like, they would be great voices to hear from around what engages them to come to school. Please, if there are, we do have, I think, 7 requests out right now, for public panelists who have already confirmed. But of course, if there are more voices, we should add to that in preparation for like the resolution writing as a first step. Let us know. Are there questions or comments?
Can I add one thing?
Of course.
So we have 3 confirmed panelists.
Oh, we have 3 confirmed now.
Yes, so Justin Lessig, Executive Director at Sojourner Truth, Dr. Rusty Lewis, Executive Director of Communities and Schools in the Nation's Capital, and then Avanti Bennings, one of the Dunbar students that Dan has been working with. And I met them today and they have a lot to say, so all 3 would be great. Of the 7 who said they're interested and available, I invited them to share written testimony or come as public witnesses as well. So with that, I'll find that.
Other questions or comments? All right. First SR is extending the appointment of the interim ombudsman for public education. This is me again. All right, so the statutes, you all have in your packages the recommended language. Of course, the ombudsman and the student advocate have specific statutes we have to be adhered to. We need time to get the person hired. So we have to extend the interim appointment of our current ombudsman, and we have tracked that along with the hiring process to make sure we are not without an ombudsman at any point. And I'm not going to read the resolution to you because you all are wonderful and capable, and I think that's great time. But that is the why this is in front of us currently. Are there questions or comments about the statute, the resolution? If anyone wants to put on the table there, it's pretty, like this is, you know, something kind of need to do from an agency standpoint. I see no immediate motions jumping to like make comments, so I'm going to take that as everybody is on the same, at least understands. And go to the next item on our agenda, recommending the creation of a citywide high school voter registration contest. I'm coming to you.
Thank you. So, the idea for this came to me from a constituent, who was, just concerned about the, not having a systemic, approach to registering, high school students to vote and getting them engaged in building the habit of voting. So he connected me with, the president of, the National League of Women's Voters and the National, Women's Foundation. And I had a couple conversations with them. And essentially they do this all around the country, where what they've seen to be really effective is the Secretary of State's office or one particular office will take the lead in promoting voter registration and also building habits of how to become an informed voter. And then right now where things kind of stand is I talked again with the Deputy Mayor of Education's office. And we are setting up a meeting with the Board of Elections and the Deputy Mayor's office to figure out kind of what each agency or will do or what the National Women's Foundation will do. Because the Board of Elections obviously can support with like the materials and the training and stuff, but they can't fund anything in particularly. The contest would ideally end with like a celebration for the schools that register the most students. And that's something that the National Women's Foundation would take on. But the recommendation is really mostly a statement of support that, from the state board, and then I'm working to kind of clarify what additional asks they would have of us, but right now it just, I think, would mean publicizing via social media and trying to connect some of the dots in the city so that the deputy mayor and the board of elections can work together and we can partner with them in supporting getting our students registered to vote. Any questions or comments?
You mentioned two organizations.
Mhm.
And that's very-
Yeah, so both of them kind of work in partnership.
Right, but it should, when you were talking about the foundation.
I talked with the president of both.
Right.
Yeah.
So, should they both be mentioned in a resolution?
A good question. I think right now I'll double check with them. I talked with her today and I can follow up. I imagine, I don't know exactly, so I'll have to clarify that.
Okay,
Yeah.
Not to, I was gonna pass it across my head a couple times. The state committee, does has had some additions to their voter registration committee. And I know they have people, on the League of Women Voters who go to some of the events are coming up like voter engagement meetings. And they have a few state committee members, who have been spearheading registrations at high schools. They might also be more, like, I know, they're also, and I can do this, but, we're connecting with as far as like, supports and resources and getting engaged with what other organizations, are involved in going into high schools already.
Right.
Like I know, DC Board of Elections has done some of their own, and then the state committee has coordinated a few. But just as far as like, being able to, like, your ask as far as who is already doing what and where resources lie. That's a connection point that they've been having.
When you say state committee, what do you mean?
The DC Democratic State.
Democratic State. Okay. Thank you.
And I just have questions so that I understand the content. So is this just recommending the creation, like resolutions to support the creation of the content?
Correct.
Is there an additional position the state board can take on registering, like around voter education? 'Cause I feel like that in itself is a thing, but I think it could be stronger if you also add in language that is centered around supporting educating high schoolers around the right to vote and like continue support of like what may be added something about the social study curriculum and how this like could just add like something more around democracy and the capacity of our students to become an informed electorate, like in those kinds of things, because the contest is good, but I just wanted to like, is there more substantive content to sort of why is the contest important?
Right. And yeah, we talked about like a range of options. So they were, I mean, they presented when I sat, because I had like an hour and a half meeting with them a couple weeks ago. They presented like a host of options. The spectrum I'll say was like everything ranging from like us changing or when we get to graduation requirements, like to making it a graduation requirement to making it right to vote on one extreme, to like looking at how voting and elections lives at like an elementary, middle, and high school level, to then like talking about what it means to be an informed voter and having your voice heard, and then the contest. So I feel like at this stage, given the capacity and like the immediacy of the year, it might make sense to focus more on like student agency and local elections in connection to like the action civics work that we recently passed with the social studies standards, and also making sure that 16, 17, and 18-year-olds are registered so that when it comes time for you actually to be able to vote, you're clear on what that process is. That's my initial thoughts there. So yeah, I think the short answer is like strengthening it a little bit, but then realizing that a lot of this work does fall into our general purview.
Other thoughts?
I was, I'm registered to vote. I was, there was a table set up by the Democrat club at my school. It wasn't a school organized event or anything. And there was no communication by the school aside from that, just a student, the president of the club took it upon himself to coordinate with some nonprofit who was doing outreach to students.
Right. Is that how you registered to vote?
Yeah.
You did it at school?
Yeah.
There've been people, there's been like, now, there haven't been coordinated efforts, but there have been like different, like sporadic, what people, right, and yeah, and so,
Yeah, and I've worked with the National League of Women Voters in the past, like, and I register students every year in my 12th grade classes, but like there are always a couple questions and like just best practices around, you know, making sure you have your driver's license or making sure you have like a social security number, knowing what the difference between a primary and a general election is, or knowing what the parties generally represent. So if you choose to be an independent, you know, register independently, what does that mean in terms of not being able to vote in a primary, and just the general knowledge that goes with filling out the form too. So then in terms of process and next steps, I guess I'll take another look at just incorporating some of the changes that I've heard and that other people have heard, and then is that scheduled at this point to be voted on in January, or what are we thinking?
you go to the SAC committee and present to the SAC.
Right.
Yes.
The plan for that is Monday.
That's the next step, is like,
Right.
we get feedback, but then like the SAC, a member, and that's why they got housekeeping note for everybody. Go to the SAC for your resolutions. And yes.
And I would say after that, like feedback, any changes that you, whoever the staff member that was assigned to work with you on that, taking the feedback from the members, from the SAC, and working with your person who's working on this resolution to come up with the final draft for review today.
Not to step on your toes, I don't know, SAC reps are gonna say this, but also making sure it's on their agenda ahead of the meeting, so Thursday or Friday before the meeting as well. And we can help you with the equity statement as well.
I think I'm going to Representative Shane next for the new deal for schools, or that's me.
Yeah, I'm gonna share this with Rep. Goulet. I think that, I mean, the students have done an incredible amount of work taking our feedback into consideration. So, would love folks' feedback on this before we get into the votes. I'm meeting with them one more time as well to clean it up, and so I know that Rep. Goulet has been doing a lot of the back end work to fix things up with them as well. So the top line, I think, is, you know, the asks are for me, I think, absolutely goals that we share and want to work towards. Where I think all of us have been pushing them towards is getting more into the weeds around how we actually get to those results. I think that they've been taking it very seriously. I'm not sure that that is going to be fully laid out in what we look at as a resolution, and I would still encourage fellow members to vote yes to support it as a way for them, right? I think the way in which that they have, I think, very thoughtfully been thinking about next steps is to take our support to council and take our support to other government bodies and say, look, we have buy-in. What can we then do to actually make things happen? And in that way, right, it may be that our support is a very important authorizer for their work. And so two things there, right? One is if you do have content edits to make, please make them. And please look at this when we're considering this for a vote at the public meeting as a expression of an ideal, what's possible, where we should be working towards. And an acknowledgement that we still have, as a city, a lot to work on how we get there.
That, aligns with your description of the purpose of the resolution aligns, with, you know, I met with them. And, we talked about this, I gave them an overview of like how the budget process works and like how the oversight areas and then just like some of the things in the environmental literacy planning and where things overlap. And so the how and all the next steps, are not completely fleshed out, but I gave them some advice, and then it sounds like we're gonna coordinate with some of their adult, like their teachers, to identify which areas and things they can go to, because that seems to be a little bit of a black box for them, for those things on how, but, so yes, that, I'm confirming that tracks, that's the how, you know, I like the how is the conversation.
Yeah, Representative Goulet, would you?
Well, I just want to echo, proud to co-introduce this with you and President Thompson. And I just want to also thank, I mean, I was planning on taking a day out of my vacation here to do this. And, you know, I got Jen and Kathleen put together this resolution. It's amazing. So thank you to both of you. You actually got me a day of Christmas. It was the best Christmas present I could have gotten, was to see this beautiful resolution all ready for prime time. So thanks to both of you for your work on it. I mean, it's really fantastic what you've taken and made out of this. And I just think it's so important, everything that youth are pushing for in this. I mean, 20 years ago, when I moved to DC, it was a very different climate than it is now. We haven't had measurable snow in December since I can remember. I had a green Christmas in central New York. And, you know, if we have, you know, you guys weren't born when I came to DC. I think 20 years from now, you know, if you're here 20 years from now, still we're doing this work, and we have a student advisory committee, they may not have seen snow if they live in DC. I mean, it's actually really scary how much this is changing. So I think the timing is exactly right to be doing it. And I think we'll just try to inspire these youth to continue the message. I mean, it's great stuff, and just happy to do it with you all. And if anybody's got questions for me too, I'm happy to take them as we roll this out, but really excited.
There are questions, comments, thoughts? If not, send feedback via email. It also should be on the SAC agenda. So I guess there'll be a rock, paper, scissors goes presented, someone please present it, so it can be voted on. And then we'll get an equity statement done for this as well. Next, recommending a change to student attorney.
Yeah, so this is also pretty straightforward and in response to the testimony that we received. And the ask is really just to review the three things that the resolution strives to get OSSI to do in changing DC's parental leave policies to make them equitable both for male and female students. But the three things, generally speaking, are just approved home and hospital instruction for a minimum of 3 weeks, and then excused absences is the biggest one for particular things. And I got these particular things directly from Ms. Felton, who testified at our meeting. Are there any questions about it?
Not a question, just a comment, and I think you know this, but when we came over with Sharon, I don't remember Sharon testified. I testified at a bunch of different stuff after the board, but we did know that one of the policies and the opportunity. So we've already flagged it in testimony, and we'll continue to do so as appropriate. I also think if this is one that they want us to share, just with the council as an FYI around policy changes. And of course, we should, I haven't read all of the languages, but I want to make sure we have some language about OSSI, because this would be our intersection with OSSI to recommend the attendance change and any possible like supports for not just the policy change, because I've noticed that we made the change to the community service and attendance. That still has not trickled down to some of the training for the schools. But we probably need some language around like training the schools, so that they know about the update as well. Like not just saying like we should do it, but we should make sure, we should support schools. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, and I'll, this is on the SAC agenda as well.
Other thoughts on this one? All right, Representative Williams. Last thing for the business, leadership elections. Each year we elect, we have not changed our bylaws. So our bylaws state every year, we elect a president and a vice president. And so now is the time, and I guess you can wait once we have. But now is the time where we have that conversation. We have the executive and that's we can support it.
So each of you all have the staff print out from the bylaw, what the process is, and the forward bond information about the order. So that you see, these are the current bylaws that we have, not new bylaws that have not yet been voted on. So the things that are currently in place. So that's the process that's laid out in the bylaws. And then the information. Other helpful too, will be helpful to you all. So we wanted to make sure that everyone had a copy of this going into the election. Yes, now this point to boil over if you would like to say something, the one who's required to, but is open if you would like to. And also, if you have any questions, also feel free to ask those.
Does anybody have any questions about the bylaw stuff?
I didn't realize those were these two. Well, yeah, right. What's the difference between a majority of full state board and majority vote of state board? I'm just noticing this, and I've read the bylaws like about times, but I was just like, well, how do we get there?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, long discussion on it. Like, so like, for example, if whatever reason, not going to God forbid, if two people get in an accident, or something happens that prevents you from getting to the meeting when the vote is taking place, so it is no longer the majority of the full board, it's the majority of votes. For the president.
No, well, actually, let's put that differently. If, let's say, two people don't make it to the meeting, let's leave the accident out of existence. I'm not even gonna, right, speak that. So, okay, let's say 7 members show up at the meeting, and there are 2 candidates for a particular office. If 4 people vote for one candidate and 3 people vote for another candidate, because that is not a majority of the board voting for a single candidate, it is, we have not met our threshold. But if you have 7 members there and 5 people voted for one candidate, that counts as a majority of the members. So it was that. So it's not as simple as a quorum of, the majority of the members assembled. It has to be a majority of the board.
Now that's for the president, but the vice president says everybody gotta be there. The majority of the full state board. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but it's a majority at 5. Like you have to get 5 votes to be a majority.
So like, I'm just curious why, I'm just curious why they're like.
Well, no, so like, this is also why we are updating bylaws. So like, these are the current bylaws, so we have to read them as they are currently written, the board has already voted on. But I also want to be clear, the president shall be elected by a majority vote of board members present.
Right, but this one says full state board, so like members present, so like we can have a meeting if we have a quorum, right? And so just because you have a quorum doesn't, right?
Okay, and then I tried to.
But so this is also why we're redoing our bylaws to clean up this stuff, but like, cause, right, so like, let's be clear, these are not the clean new bylaws. The point being, like, the way the first one reads, and it says, the president shall be elected by a majority vote of state board members present.
Present.
Yeah, so we got 5 people present.
So we have 5 people
Out of the
there.
5, that's 4 to 1.
Right.
So agree.
2. Yeah, that is.
But this vice president situation,
Vice
is full
President,
state board. So what if 5 people were at that meeting? That's not like full state board.
Then you would need all 5, this is why it was like the drop down to 7, because technically 4 would be not, like, it would be a majority of people present, but it wouldn't be a majority of the board, so then the person could not be elected. This is also why we have to fix our bylaws, because they're sloppy. The point being,
Oh, we still not, got you, okay. You see what I mean, like, yes, it's the five,
But
okay, I
it's
was
the-
just wondering like, why the two?
But
sets
it's
of
the
language,
president,
but because it-
the president could be elected by less vote than the vice president.
And we need like a president to like, you know, keep the, we need president, executive director.
Yeah.
Theoretically, if you had 5 people here, then 3 people could vote for president, and that person could be elected as president. But there couldn't be a vote for vice president.
There could be a vote, but you would just need all 5 members to vote.
Right, because they are the majority.
Oh, right. Wow.
Right.
Two clarifying questions. One, when we vote at the public meeting, we are voting for the president and the vice president for a 1-year term, correct?
That is the current bylaws, yes.
Okay.
But also, you should also be revised, because it is still 1 year revised, so that
Didn't
does not
change.
change.
Thank you.
That didn't change.
Appreciate that. And then 2, the way it says election by roll call vote, so it says, I just am curious, how are we doing the vote on next week? Because it says vote there. It says, if the members take a roll call vote, the organization can follow the same methods used for a ballot vote, either voting for all candidates at once or voting one at a time. So what's the plan for the vote?
Based on the videos that we watched at the past meeting, I will call your name in the order that it is on the roll sheet. You will say, I.
Okay.
So the candidates for president are A, B, and C. Representative Fletcher, who did I vote represent the name? Next person, so that would be the roll call vote. We will go in order that you are on the roll sheet, and that's how you would cast your votes.
Got it.
And you have to vote,
And then where did this come from?
right?
That what you have at the bottom is just Robert, this is Robert Rules of Order. So we have what's in the bylaws and then what's right.
You have to vote. Can't,
So it's
can't pass.
I don't see anything about that.
Could vote president.
You,
Yeah, you can vote president. No.
Yeah, and so like that gets to like.
There's a part in the like, more things to consider about abstention.
It lays out all the other points about elections. Form is needed if the person like this is not present. Apparently, you're a holiday. So, in counting of votes. The tellers committee, I don't know what the tellers committee is, must not confuse the majority vote with the highest number of votes. So like, these are very discrete things. If a person, I don't think we're running with it, two people, like, if one person nominated for both roles, they have to decide which one, which is not our case, because we do one person. Well, yeah, so a person can really nominate both, they won't be voted on one at a time. Second silent, as we prepare the final version of revised bylaws is not leave it like it currently is. Who's there? Is there anyone? Would like to thank them? If not, I will turn it back over to the clerk. All right, let's go. Yes.
I would like to speak for the position of president. Okay. Dear colleagues, reflecting on my first year of service, I find that despite making an effort to engage in every piece of business before the board, I've nonetheless often felt out of the loop, finding that decisions already made by leadership without soliciting input from or informing members. When we have had opportunities to engage topics together, discussion has often been stifled by arbitrary constraints. When I've tried to follow what I thought were the appropriate steps to convene a panel, I've been thwarted without explanation. I believe there's a wide space between unilateral and unanimous in which we can have generative discussions and debates on the topics of importance to members of the boards. Each of us brings various types of expertise, passions, priorities, connection to our respective boards. Leadership should facilitate deep constructive discussions around the issues that members bring to the board, with clear avenues for moving work through to official actions when majority support can be built. Generally, I think what we most need from leadership is regular proactive communication and clear, fair, predictable pathways for expanding discussion and creating pathways for advancing board work. If elected, my priorities in service of becoming a more inclusive and empowered board would be to first deepen or thicken our exchanges with OSSI. Collaboration could be more of a generative conversation than our current guarded back and forth. It should start with the board taking a more assertive approach to the report card. It is among the more consequential roles that we play. OSSI is proposing inclusion of accountability scores that purport to convey a precision that underlying data simply cannot support. Families will make decisions based on information that is far less certain than it appears, and that will further inequities. It is our obligation to push back and remain transparency. Secondly, I will fiercely defend the independence of the board. Third, I'd like to see through the implementation of new bylaws and SOPs to standardize and clarify processes for moving work through the board to ensure fairness and equity and reduce opportunities for manipulation. In the absence of a delineated procedure, we should be guided by the same principles. The assignment of work to and through committees has to be clearer and more effective. Fourth, I'd like to explore greater use of roundtables to promote more robust and productive exchanges with experts who engage on important topics. Both roundtables and panels, in which there may be fewer, will be purpose-driven, a clear expected outcome of connection to existing work of the board or its committee. Fifth and finally, to formalize some of the processes to ensure follow through on the work that we do, including resolutions passed, reports completed, issues raised. So that's vision for a way of leading the board with your consideration.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pursue continuing to be president. I think that I'm really proud of working with that. I'm also really proud of being able to improve the agency. I think that is super important. I'm excited to be able to welcome a new investment. I'm excited, we're really not excited, but I know there's a lot of work that will have to be done around our next year. We now have processes for hiring that we do not have. So Bernice's work is a testament to our ability to bring on new staff, or being able to build out the agency. Those things are really important. I'm also remaining committed to improving the board's posture as I go in the education ecosystem. It would not have been possible a year ago for us to have a sit down with the council, or even small things like, which are really big things, like the was saying, there's all of our hearings for if you want to be witnesses. That type of work I think is really important. Just to continue to, as we set policy, be able to actually execute the policy and make sure it is done. There are things like financial literacy, which before the council would have just legislated and left us in the dust. That I have worked really hard to make sure are hard work. And so while I'm not someone who's ever been, I'm not really ideologically driven. I'm absolutely pragmatic. And have pushed through things like the governance recommendations, aside from anyone taking action to change the posture of the board. I think we've done a really good job of improving and being an actual part of the education ecosystem in a way that nobody even thought was possible a year ago. I'm committed to leaving this board better than I found it in many ways. And I'm hoping to have the opportunity not just to do that for another year, but hopefully also transition someone. Because when I came into leadership, it felt like a little bit of a black box. And I want to make sure that the next set of leaders on the board have the opportunity that I didn't get to transition into leadership. That's really important for me, to make sure that we're able to continue forward in an effective way. So
I can just talk to people this way now. January, okay, I saw January public meeting. But really, whether, we'll see what happens, but I want to thank you all for all the work there, because that's also been possible not because of just Vice President O'Leary and I, but because we have true professionals on this board who have been committed to that and our staff as well. Anything else? Yes.
Would like to make a nomination for Representative Patterson.
Oh, we're not doing nominations.
Okay.
Okay. We don't do nominations. These are just people saying, like, it's not someone, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
When do the nominations happen?
At the vote.
Okay.
So Representative Patterson, are you?
I will take that up. I would like to run for vice president. Over the last years that I've served, 3 years prior that I've served on the administrative committee all 3 times. I've seen the good, the workable that works really well with folks, and some of the parts that don't work with people from 3 different administrations. I think having that perspective, serving on that administrative committee under 3 different types of leadership style, provides me an opportunity to combine those good things and make sure that every single person feels heard, that they also have an opportunity to truly represent their communities. One thing I said in discussion with one person is that as an at-large member, I acknowledge that each and every one of you have been nominated by constituents that want you to carry out an agenda specific to their ward, and that needs to be recognized on a regular basis. And I think as a vice president that I can be helpful as a conduit to make sure that that voice of your ward always gets elevated, gets heard, and gets the best possible platform to make sure that we incorporate it into whatever we're doing, any policy that we're looking at. I also look at this from a balanced perspective. I'm one of the people who have a daughter who is a charter school teacher. That is very personal to me and how teachers are treated overall. And I have children that are in DCPS schools. So I come to this not looking at one is better than the other. I'm trying to be adversarial, but what's best for the ecosystem? What's best for our children on both sides of that charter and traditional? What's best for our teachers on both sides of that, so that we have a system that works for everybody. We are a city that is almost equally divided between these 2 sectors, yet we don't always have conversations that reflect those numbers and that data. And we need to start making sure that we make decisions based on that, not how we feel about those particular sectors as individuals. So I try to come to this as a very balanced individual and saying what's best for the ecosystem, for children, for teachers, for all those stakeholders that are entrusting us to make decisions based not solely on our personal thoughts on something, but what's best for those constituents that we represent. I believe we all have constituents that are on both sides of the fence. And then again, I'm one of the few people that have actually chaired a committee where I've also always been co-chair. And I believe regardless if we agreed on everything, every single person can say I was collaborating. I didn't try to force my way and say, this is how this has to be done. I listened, I let them lead, I co-chaired in a true fashion to say, okay, you lead this meeting, or you talk about this particular issue because this is strong to you. What came out as far as recommendations, I think, is what the overall committee and the body wanted to see and wanted to hear. So I think I come at this with a very collaborative kind of leadership style. I do that in my everyday job to make sure that voices are heard, that we come to a consensus that what's best for the overall body, and continues to improve on how the State Board of Education is seen. I believe when we got here, and those who have been here for a while can attest, the State Board of Education was not always received well. We were sometimes just ostracized, marginalized, whatever the case may be. I think we've come a long way because of every individual that's currently here right now, and I want that to continue. And that only continues in the vein of collaboration. So hopefully I will have your support so that we can continue to improve the credibility of the State Board of Education. We are now seen as a body that everybody wants to come to and talk to and kind of elevate their voice. And I want to see that continue because our best avenue that we have is in our advocacy for those that we represent. So we'd love to have your support. I look forward to talking to you more about things that I would like to make sure we work on together as we move forward. Thank you.
I'd just like to, I'm not interested in being vice president again. And, at all. Because I know we have good leadership already. I want to encourage all of you to think about being part of the leadership in your terms as you get older. All right, I've already done it. I didn't even think about it last year, but it's been really, really helpful to me being a part of leadership because I was in the room and I was bringing my voice, which is the voice of a public school teacher, to all of the conversations. It won't stop at all. But I don't need to be vice president again if someone else wants to be vice president. All right, I don't have an aspiration to be president. All right, I've already been president of something. But all I want is to work with everybody on the board to make us even better and much more of a voice, as it says, I think, on the jackets. All right, voice in public education, because that's what we are. That's what we should be doing all the time. And so I'll be able to, 2 weeks, I'll be able to open the meeting, not only because I'm the oldest serving member on the board, but I might be the oldest serving member in the city that's been elected. All right, but I just want you to all to understand that I'm not surprised. We've already talked about it, but I really think that all of you should think about, you should be part of the leadership before you leave the board, because it's really important to be on that. Thank you.
I don't think there is a ceremonial time for this, but I do want to thank Vice President O'Leary for just being my vice president and all the time that I know how many weeks, because you've been very clear that we go to a lot of meetings. But I want to thank you for your time and energy and everything else, because I don't think we ever do that at a. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will just say, in light of these elections, the staff has already been thinking about, what transition looks like and making sure that if there are new officers, when there are, whoever they are, whatever role, that there are, on board. Because I don't know what happened when I got here. I just feel like it's important to build in more transition, so that things can transition more smoothly. Not only for the people who are in control, but also the partners that we work with, so that we can information, and we can have what we need to do the best work. She doesn't know what happened, so we didn't have the best work. So thank you for that. I think that is our last item of new business. And so we can't adjourn the meeting at 9:19. 9:19.